Alright, so let's see how this goes at all. I need to turn down the in-game volume though, so we're already off to a good start. So this is game one of the series. I'll pull up the bracket really quick. We are looking at Terry Lynn versus Matthew Leonard. Terry is on the bottom with his aggro token druid, and on top we will have Matthew with his pirate warrior. So this is basically, this is going to be an aggro matchup, and my name's Logan. I am the president of Hearthstone Club at Facebook, and with me is my wife, Chloe.
Hi.
She is pretty pro at this game. She's maxed out. What's your max rank?
15 or 14.
So yeah, she's been like rank 15. Not legend, that's rank 15 actually.
Currently I'm like rank 20, so you know.
She'll be a color commentator for a while at least. My bet is she'll last about an hour before she gets bored with it. Until then, though, we can go ahead and get into the action. And again, this is the first time I've done any sort of serious streaming with OBS, so good luck, and hopefully the sound is okay. I'll probably check in. Oh, also, if you hear any squeaking, that's my dog in the background. He loves his squeaky toy. Again, don't expect high quality from this stream. We are on a 5-minute delay to hopefully remove any competitive advantage, but again, if you are competing currently, please refrain from viewing the stream if your game is going to be streamed, because there is a little advantage there still. So early on here, it looks like Terry has an advantage. He's already got a strong board, although we know that might not even matter with Pirate Warrior, because at any given time he can do, you know, at least 10 damage to face. Also, this isn't a professional stream, so I don't have the technology to turn his cards upside down to make it easier to read, so you're just going to have to deal with that. It's currently Matthew's turn. Just 3 mana. He's kind of got an awkward situation here with this board to deal with. He's probably going to consider taking, the Bloodsail Raider there, maybe even use the deckhand to clear off more of that board, because you really don't want the Druid to get any cards out there and risk, you know, a big Power of the Wild turn, or even Savage Roar at this point is a significant amount of damage. There probably will be a lot of silent moments in this as I run out of technical commentary, and we don't really have a lot of color commentary, especially, you know, with a good group like this. You know, it's just aggro versus aggro. Their plan is probably to put some minions on the board and go for face, avoiding minion-to-minion combat as much as possible, just the way Hearthstone was intended.
Face is place.
We see Terry here forced to use the Mark of Yasharaj on patches to clear off some of the board. Still looks like a fairly strong presence from Terry, though. This is looking like a pretty good board that I think will be quite hard for Matthew to ever clear off. Our dog really wants to play fetch right now, so I do apologize. But yeah, you're going to hear a lot of barking in the background. That's just part of the experience. That's how I play Hearthstone best. And here's the Living Mana turn, and as we know, there's really nothing that can be done by the Pirate Warrior to clear off this board. It's not like they run Brawl or anything, so if Terry ever pulls out Savage Roar, that's probably just the end of it. Ooh, and that's... I really don't like the upgrade there. I feel like that's going to be pretty rough. I think he may have considered just going with the Bittertide Hydra there and hoping something works. And with the Mark of the Lotus now, I think this game's about over. Once again, this is last hero standing, so if Terry gets this win here, you know, that's basically just it. Yeah, I don't see any way possible to get out of this, and that gets rid of the Pirate Warrior early on, which I'm sure Terry's happy with. Also, I do have a mechanical keyboard, and this mic picks up a lot of sound, so if I ever have to type, you're definitely going to hear it, and no. So, we got the first game over to Terry. That puts him up 1-0, and the Pirate Warrior is out. Let's see what we're going to get next.
That seems surprising, at least to me. I feel like in my experience, Pirate Warrior always wins.
At rank 20, Pirate Warrior does win quite a bit.
When you're playing with Mage against Pirate Warrior.
Chloe is very famous for her Cthulhu Mage play, and I'm not talking like a year ago Cthulhu Mage, we're talking current. She plays Cthulhu Mage to this day, although she has switched to Quest, even though she doesn't quite have all the pieces for it. Alright, I've updated the deck list here, and it looks like we're going to see Terry's Aggro Druid versus Matthew's Murloc Paladin, I believe? Yeah, looks like a fairly standard Murloc Paladin. What's your opinion on Murloc Paladin, Chloe?
Well, at rank 20, I hate it because I can never beat it. It's pretty much like turn 5 and I have to concede.
Well, we see Terry here drawing patches. That's a terrible play. I don't know why he chose to draw patches there. That's in general, that's not... true that, Terry. Yeah, most experienced players will tell you that you want to get the effect from patches coming straight from your deck. You don't want to draw him. That's generally just bad to do.
Who would have guessed?
So, Chloe, who do you think has the advantage here, the Token Druid or the Aggro Paladin with Murlocs?
Well, from my experience, I feel like Murloc Paladin is really strong, but again, I'm only rank 20, so pretty much every deck that I play at rank 20 is super strong.
Do people play Token Druid at rank 20?
Not really. I don't really know what Token Druid is.
She's probably played against Token Druid quite a bit and just not realized what the deck was.
That.
Alright, so we see probably one of the best cards from Unguro here, Stonehill Defender, although not great for Paladin. Usually you want one of your legendaries here, although even the Infested Tauren's a pretty good pickup there. Back over to Terry, his hand's looking a little awkward. He's got that Living Mana, but that's still a few turns away. The Hungry Crab he's considering playing, I don't think he's realized yet that Matthew is playing the Murloc variant. So he's got that double in hand, and if he is patient enough to keep it, I think he'll really be rewarded there. We'll see, though. So he does choose to play one Hungry Crab and the Mark of the Lotus. So I think that's decent. It makes sure he has some sort of board, and next turn if something big comes out, he does have Savage Roar already to take care of that. Which looks like Matthew's fine playing this slow, just going out and throwing the Infested Tauren. You know, he's got lots of clears along the way. He's not in any rush. Big thing that might be concerning though is if Living Mana gets played, you want to make sure that you have that Primordial Drake ready, which he does have now, but hopefully he won't choose to play that too early. With an Innervate off the top, that's really not the best card Terry wants to see right now. He's still just he wants to get a bigger board, but there's not much he can do, so looks like he'll just choose to take this out and maybe play it a bit slower even. He can't even play the Hungry Crab without killing his own Murloc, which is really unfortunate. Second Stonehill Defender here. This one goes a little bit better. We see Sunkeeper Tarim. That's actually one of my favorite cards from this new set, just for its utility both aggressively and defensively. And with the Vilefin Inquisitor, Terry should quickly realize that this is Murloc Paladin, and he can at least get some value from that Hungry Crab now. Mark of Yasharaj is another great pickup here so that he can just, cycle through his deck more, get more cards out. He doesn't really want to play the Living Mana before he has to, so I think this is a really good call, especially with the Innervate in hand. He is considering the Mark of the Lotus here. That's decent, but I really would have liked to see him save that for the Living Mana. How do you think this game is going, Chloe?
Why do you ask me these questions?
You're a commentator.
I'm not as experienced as you.
Oh, given the current state, who's winning?
Well, right now it looks like Terry.
Yes. It is well known in Hearthstone, no matter how many cards are in hand or what other state of the game, health is really the only resource that matters, especially if it's at 0.
That's probably why I'm ranked 20.
We see Matthew go ahead and play Tarim here. I think that's a pretty good play just to stop everything, or at least it was until that Murloc War Leader came out. Yeah, that would have been kind of awkward to clear, but I think the War Leader is going to help a lot. He may even consider playing the Savage Roar here as well. He does choose to go with both of those, which makes a really good clear with that Bluegill. And this may look like another quick game for Terry, taking down Matthew 2-0. Terry actually did very well in the regular season play of this series, going, I believe, 11-1. His only loss was to me, which is quite surprising because I didn't really do that well. I think I was playing meme decks almost the entire season, and I think I just caught him off guard. So Terry does quite well when he's expecting decks that are actually good and thought out. I'm not sure those are the secrets he really wanted there. I think he was looking for a noble sacrifice. Redemption could be decent. Eye for an eye. I don't really agree with that. I just feel like it's going to be way too long to get any value there. And it looks like he's just going to go ahead and throw in the towel. And Terry's going to go up 2-0 early on.
Good job, Terry.
So, unfortunately, I forgot to ask these two players which decks were banned. So, I don't know what the third deck will be from Matthew here. Alright, so it looks like we're going to see a Priest. Alright, so this is actually the coolest list I saw this entire tournament. I really hope we can see Matthew do well with this one. So this is actually a Kazakus Priest. Kazakus Priest, including Elise Trailblazer, Lyra, and Raza. We even see the tech of Black Knight here. I'm not exactly sure what that's trying to beat, although I did play a lot of Big Druid in the regular season, so I'm wondering if he's maybe considering, a tech against that there. But this is definitely a really cool deck, and I'm glad we get to see it here. Chloe just asked me if the deck Terry is playing is Big Druid. That is not. This is the opposite of Big Druid. It's Token Druid, where your goal is to throw as much little stuff on the board as possible. Oh, and here we see one of the most controversial cards of the set, Flappy Bird, also known as Vicious Fledgling. I would have really liked to just see that innervated out there, because if Flappy Bird gets going, you can win a game in 2 turns. Looks like Terry, okay, I was going to say, you may have been considering innervating out the bluegill there, but I'm not really sure what that would accomplish. Oh, Nether Spite pulls out Draconid Operative. That'll be very good later on. Just a great value card in general. And here we go. Flappy Bird is off. Do you have any opinions on Flappy Bird, Chloe?
It's not my favorite because it usually kicks my butt. Unless I have something that can clear it right away, I pretty much lose.
Turns out basically any card that's good in aggro does beat Cthulhu Mage and Quest Mage. Oh, and here we go, yet another game where Terry decides to draw patches. I really don't know how he's doing so well in this tournament with such a noob play like that. Unfortunately, no Wind Fury here, but the next best thing, we all know how Priest deals with 4/4s, or anything with 4 attack, so I'm going to bet that Flappy Bird will see at least one more turn of play. Also, I apologize if anyone's new to Hearthstone and is going to get confused, but I'm probably never going to call that Vicious Fledgling.
They should just rename it Flappy Bird. I think that works better anyway.
Yeah, Flappy Bird is definitely my favorite. Well, I say my favorite. I don't think it's an interactive card so much, but I love the name.
The name you gave it.
I did not give it, that's Reddit. So, we see the coin Holy Nova here. That's at least going to clear off one of these, but we still... Oh, and here's the second Flappy Bird. Oh, this is just going to be... a flock of birds, I guess. Oh, and he does get the Wind Fury. So this is going to quickly spiral out of control, I think. Ooh, Stealth 2 would be pretty good. I think he's considering health just so he can't die to another Holy Nova. I think both of those are pretty good, though. I don't think Poisonous would be the call here. Yeah, I definitely understand that with health. And he's considering the Living Mana, maybe. Right after seeing Holy Nova, that's definitely going to feel bad for Matthew. So we just got our first score. Kevin Moo has beat Kevin Pruitt 3-0. After this game, I will pause briefly and show the standings before we go into the next game. Oh, with that Mark of the Lotus, I'm wondering if that is lethal? Yeah, that's not looking good. And it looks like Terry also is going to take this 3-0. So our 1 and 2 seeds take easy wins into the next rank here. Alright. So let's update this bracket really quick. So
Good job, Terry. And Matthew.
we have Terry winning 3-0. And we also have Kevin Moo over Kevin Pruitt, 3-0. So, other games currently going on, we have Jimmy Lee versus Ong, and we have Kevin Hu versus Ron Eisenbahn. Matthew Leonard and Kevin Pruitt are not out yet. They still have a chance to win. They've been placed in the losers bracket currently. If they can fight their way to the top of that, they can make it back to the finals and win this entire thing. This is a double elimination bracket. Once we see how games 2 and 4 go out, we can possibly check into the losers bracket later. For now, let's try to see if we can tune in to Jimmy and Ong. Just give me 1 second. I need to find out what their names are, what their in-game names are. Alright, let me pull up the new decks really quick. So it looks like we have Jimmy's Druid, Jimmy's on top, and Ong's Druid as well. Give me 1 second. Alright, these should be the updated deck lists here. So let me ask him really quick what game this is. Again, really sorry for my keyboard. This mic picks up everything in the room. Alright, so we have an exciting match here. It is currently 2-1. Jimmy is currently beating Ong. So that will eliminate Jimmy's Druid. Again, no clue what else is going on here, though. You guys like this temporary screen here? I told you this was professional. Alright, and so it looks like we're going to see Jimmy's Shaman. This is a Bloodlust Shaman, including Jade. So we see like Aya here, Jade Lightning, although it's not full Jade, it's more of the token Shaman we've seen sort of recently. Meanwhile, I'm really liking this Druid from Ong. It is a Jade Druid, but it includes my favorite card of all time, obviously Yogg Saron. What do you think of Yogg, Chloe?
It's pretty entertaining. It's probably one of my favorite to watch.
Unfortunately, Chloe's old god of choice is Cthulhu, but she always appreciates a good Yogg play.
Well, you don't see a lot of Yogg at rank 20 either, so...
Do you see much Cthulhu anymore?
No. I didn't really when I was using Cthulhu, so... I definitely do still see it though, but not nearly as much.
How do you feel about the new expansion coming out, Chloe?
I don't really know much about it specifically.
Do you know what it's called?
No.
This is, you see, whenever you guys are worried about Hearthstone not being a serious game, just keep in mind that's what the average player is like that plays this game.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh.
The average player has no clue what's going on in the game.
True. Can confirm. I do know I have about 4,000 saved up gold though, so...
She does. Chloe is free to play, by the way. Although I did force her to buy the welcome bundle for $5.
It took a lot of convincing.
She was convinced, even though she plays this game almost every day and has for the past 2 years, she wasn't sure it was worth spending $5 on it. Meanwhile, I've spent upwards of $500. Alright, so getting back to the game here, I think it's going to start out a little slow here as we just see both sides trying to get up some sort of board. We do see quite a lot of Jade already coming out from Ong as he's up to 4-4. Meanwhile, Jimmy actually hasn't played any yet, although we're going to see the Doppelgangster evolve, hopefully no Doomsayer here, and that's decent. Not the best, but that's a pretty decent evolve.
What's the biggest Jade you've ever seen in a game?
On Reddit or in my own games?
In your own game.
In my own games, I've probably never seen something bigger than a 13-13. What about you?
I think I've seen 14 or 15.
Do you play Jade Druid?
No, but I play against Jade Druid.
Do you think it's a fun deck to play against?
No.
What's your favorite deck to play against?
Oh
Are they all unfair?
Well, at my rank, they're pretty much all just people randomly put decks together.
That is true. It's really fun watching her play sometimes, because if you thought you knew every deck in the meta, you've never been to rank 20 long enough.
Gets really interesting.
Looks like Ong's going to go ahead and use one of his Earthen Scales here just for a value trade on the Burglebot. And yeah, that's looking like a pretty strong board considering that Jimmy just used his Evolve. Although, sorry, my dog is fighting my fan in my room currently. Yeah, so we do see Aya. I think Aya would be a good play here. Other things in his hand, patches. We saw that apparently you can win games even while drawing patches, as Terry showed us. We see a Stonehill Defender, and there is one Jade Lightning, but again, everything here is just a little awkward. Looks like he's going to use patches for a value trade. Probably the Stonehill Defender as well. Looks like he wants to just get rid of the Jades and try to control the board a bit more. That does start his Jade counter as well. Again, that was his first one, so it's just a 1-1. And Wild Growth is possibly the worst card he could have drawn here. He's at 9 mana, so it's nothing but dead for now, although next turn it should be decent. He's thinking about playing the Gluttonous Ooze. I think that's fine just for tempo for now. You know, at best you're going to get, you know, a 2-2 Jade Claw. I think this is one of Chloe's favorite cards just for the entrance sound.
We like to quote the cards to each other as we play.
Ah, and what a wonderful card we have here. I really hope we get to see Yogg this game. And actually looking at the current state of the board, Ong may consider playing that just to clear, although we've got more golems. What a wonderful thing.
Can confirm, golems are a girl's best friend.
Alright, I just read your feedback. Again, we're on a 5-minute delay. I'll try to get the mic quality higher. Alright, we'll try to talk a bit closer, especially Chloe. She likes to talk quietly.
Yay, mumbling.
You're gonna have to speak up. You see this bar here? Get that to the end.
Should I start screaming?
Yeah, please scream. That would actually improve the experience quite a bit. So we see Jimmy here with a pretty strong board, but again, Yogg really doesn't give a fuck how good your board is because he's going to do whatever he wants to it. And personally, if this were me, I would play Jade Idol, coin Yogg, and just let Yogg take the wheel.
Logan's taking a short hiatus to throw a toy at my dog. Otherwise, you'd get to hear a lot of barking. Oh, here we go!
Let's do it! Alright, nothing. Let's see, not great, Yogg. Okay, draw, that's pretty good there. 3 Gadget Zans, pretty good. Spirit Echo, that's wonderful. He's gonna get another Yogg, and the only thing better than 1 Yogg is 5 Yoggs. So far, this has been pretty good. That's not the greatest. That's decent. So, not a big fan of giving your own Aya 1 attack, but overall, I would think he's pretty happy with that Yogg. Especially, I didn't even think about that. Getting a second Aya is going to be huge. And again, I'm so sorry for the dog and his squeaky toy, but I guess I forgot to warn him that I'm recording today.
He likes to wait until we're doing something important and then start playing and making as much noise as possible.
So, it looks like Jimmy's considering whether or not he should clear that Yogg. I think he kind of has to, but then again, he does have the Devolve in his hand. So it's kind of like, do you want to do you want to go ahead and just make sure another Yogg can't come out? Or you could potentially wait until the second Aya comes out, which is actually going to be huge. Especially now, I think Aya just got that 2-2. Yeah, there we go. Once that second Aya comes out, that could be very big to devolve as well. And we just saw from Stonehill he got Alakir, so that will be possibly very relevant later on. We currently have 11 watchers. That's the most I've ever seen while streaming. Quite amazing.
Woohoo!
I'm the next Toast, apparently.
Watch out, Toast. We're coming for you.
So, looks like Ong's going to play, I believe that's his second Earthen Scales now, just for the value trade. Or possibly he's just really wanting to cycle this deck as fast as possible. I think I can kind of agree with that. It looks like Jimmy's going to play the Devolve. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It also gets rid of the threat of another Yogg coming around. This is not looking that strong, though. Like, he's considering just playing Doppelgangster for tempo. I can see the mic going up every time the dog squeaks his toy.
What more could you want from a Hearthstone stream than obnoxious squeaking of a dog toy?
So, Ong's Jades are already up to 8-8, and this is getting quite scary. I'm not sure Jimmy really has a way to deal with this board. He played his one Devolve already. I don't know what else he could do here.
Our dog gets really mad when you don't throw his toy right away, so if you hear barking, it's because we're lazy.
Just consider that's Morgul barking. So, looks like he's going to take a couple of value trades here. That makes sense. Again, though, with so many cards in Ong's hand, especially that second Aya, I think this is going to be really hard to come back from currently. He really has so many options here. I'm not even sure what he wants. There are 7 cards currently remaining in Ong's deck and 14 in Jimmy's. Alright, that takes it to 2-2, I believe. This is going to be quite a close game here. Alright. Heading into the last game here, we are going to get to see Jimmy's Mage.
Oh, Mage, that's my girl!
Chloe actually has Golden Mage, and her other classes, half of them aren't even level 10 yet. She doesn't even have all the basic cards unlocked. She played Jaina, she said, yeah, this one's okay, I understand it, and she refused to play any other class.
For like 2 years. That's how I got a Golden Mage, because it took me like 2 years.
Even now, though, I think her Shaman class is still like level 3 or 4.
I don't even know if I've ever played Shaman. I honestly don't know if I have.
It probably happened one time she stayed logged into my computer, and I just didn't know, and I probably just played a game there.
Well, I don't have a Shaman deck. I don't even have a deck for Shaman.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to see Secret Mage, I believe. Or not Secret Mage, it's Well, it's sort of the aggro secret mage. It's more like a freeze mage, whatever hybrid mix you want to call that. It's not going quite so far to keep in like the Kirin Tor or the Cabal Lackey, but we do see Monoworm and actually I guess it's just the Monoworm and Valet. So it's this slightly more aggro variant of secret mage. More like freeze mage though. And then once again we have the Jade Druid from Ong with Yogg. Not a lot of options currently. Looks like he's just going to Wild Growth and probably Hero Power down the Arcanologist. I think Ong's plan here should be to ramp his Jades as quickly as possible, wait for Alexstrasza, and then hopefully just be able to throw down the double Earthen Scales. Chloe, do you play against much Freeze Mage at rank 20?
Not really. People don't really play mage at rank 20. At least in my experience.
Not at all?
Except for me.
Do you know what Freeze Mage is?
Yes.
Is that a fun deck to play against?
No. It's infuriating.
What's worse, playing against Freeze Mage or Pirate Warrior?
Honestly, I'd rather face Pirate Warrior.
That's quite the opinion there.
Freeze Mage is just infuriating to me.
Looks like Ong... Okay. He does go with the hero power. It looks like he was considering innervating the Primordial Drake just for some tempo here. It does feel kind of bad just letting the Freeze Mage do whatever, but I think he does kind of have to wait here for that big Earthen Scales play. And we see Jimmy with a teched-in Harrison Jones, which of course won't get any value here, although it does play perfectly into the swipe. And Ong's up to a 3-3 Jade. That's decent, but I think he really wants to get these ramped up as soon as possible. I think he wants to hold on to that Innervate, hoping he draws like a Gadget Zan soon. Okay, so I'm checking the comments now. I see Kevin Pruitt says, dog stream win. I would love to stream the dog. I could try at some point, but holy crap, he's really playing with his toy right now. Like I said, I'm not really into streaming that much, so I would have to set that up with OBS, and I don't want to break these wonderful transitions I already have.
High quality transitions. High quality.
So, we see the discovered Kabbalist Tome there. It's probably not his first choice, but I don't think many people would say no to 3 random mage spells. It's actually a staple in most of Chloe's decks as she has the quest. So, yeah, she just throws all the random effects she can in there. What do you think of Kabbalist Tome?
I mean, it helps me get to my quest, so I'm all about it, but it doesn't really help me win. So.
That's what a lot of people found. A lot of people had pretty high hopes for Kabbalist Tome, and then they realized, oh, paying 5 mana to do nothing this turn kind of sucks.
I did have an experience where I used Kabbalist Tome to get my quest, but using Kabbalist Tome made me have 10 cards, so I lost my quest.
I think we've all experienced overdrawing quest and know how bad it feels there.
It hurts.
So we see Jimmy go ahead and polymorph that Aya. Great call there. I think Jimmy probably knows that if those Jades get up, eventually he just won't be able to handle them. And here we have Yogg, everyone's favorite card, or at least it should be. And we see a Tempo Drake, which will kill his sheep, unfortunately, but I think that's okay, just because you really can't...
Thanks, Terry.
You really just can't let the mage do whatever. But that does give him the chance to go ahead and throw down Medivh, but luckily we see from Ong that Gluttonous Ooze, which will be huge here.
Ooh.
That's really gotta hurt there. Of course, Jimmy at least still has a 7-7 out there, but You see he's been holding on to Firelands Portal, Pyroblast. Those would have been really great to go with that Atiesh. So this is quite interesting to see, but we actually have the Freeze Mage with a stronger board than the Jade Druid. And this Potion of Polymorph actually might be a really big deal here. If he plays Gadget Zan and is not thinking and just goes Gadget Zan, oh gosh.
No.
Hopefully he didn't play a card too fast. Okay, so luckily he knew to think about it. So luckily he knew to think about it. A lot of times I would just throw that Gadget Zan down and innervate without thinking about it, and that would have hurt so bad. So he at least had the patience to wait for that. Terry's ruining the illusion that we know what we're doing here. We just blew Terry's mind with this.
You're welcome, Terry.
Alright, so Medivh's finally gone, but what are we gonna do here? Looks like we're gonna Yogg. Awesome, let's see what this does. Bloodlust, that does not much. Okay.
Ooh, so good.
Wow, he actually has a taunt, that's pretty good. Arcane Intellect, I bet he's... Wow, that's decent. Not great. Decent. I don't even know what to think about. Okay, overall, he at least got a minion out of it. I'm not sure how valuable that was, though. I think, honestly, the best thing he got there was the Arcane Intellect. Oh, actually, the Earthen Scales. That's going to be a huge deal. I didn't even think of that. That's going to be pretty hard to get through. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, the Bloodlust there was a huge deal. So Chloe, we're pretty far into this game. Do you have any ideas? Who do you think's going to win this one?
I mean, initially it looked like my girl Mage was gonna win, but now I'm honestly not sure. It's just a lot of armor to get through, and I feel like Mage... Well, Freeze Mage is pretty fast.
So this is Freeze Mage. The big thing with Freeze Mage is they know how much damage they have, and they know how much damage they have to get through. The bad thing is Alexstrasza does not get rid of armor, so Alexstrasza is useless here, so Jimmy's going to have to try to stick a minion and just have that do damage, which is going to be pretty tough, I think. So, just to go through really quick, Jimmy currently has 7 cards left in deck, and Ong has 9. But we know, Jade Druid is going to have that Jade Idol and won't fatigue. I feel like this Drake is just huge here. 11 health, it's like, what's the mage going to do versus that?
He has a Pyroblast.
So you're going to waste an entire turn and still not even get through it?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Looks like Jimmy is going to choose to keep the... What is this card even called? He's going to keep the Grime Street Enforcer up just to keep buffing that minion in his hand. The Alexstrasza is a 10/10 now. However, we see Ong at the end of his deck here, probably getting ready for one of the, effectively infinite Auctioneer turns. You think Jade Idol is a fun card, Chloe?
Which one is that again?
Shuffle 3 Jade Idols into your deck.
Oh, it's fun to play. It sucks to play against.
I think Chloe should apply for a job on the Blizzard Balance team.
What is the Blizzard Balance?
You should be the person to nerf and buff cards. You make cards better or worse. Balance them. So you know, like Pirate Warrior's too strong, so you could make Fiery War Axe, you know, like a 2-mana 1/2 weapon.
Can I just make all of Mage's cards better?
Wouldn't everyone play Mage then? That's probably the dream, isn't it?
Change Mage Quest. Only cast one spell out of your deck.
That sounds fun and interactive.
Sounds pretty dope.
So, looks like we're going to see a Tempo Alexstrasza. I mean, it is a 10/10. That's pretty significant. Or maybe just a Pyroblast. This is honestly, it's hard to say how this game is going to go currently because we do see Jimmy through most of the armor, or at least half of it.
Does the Alexstrasza take into account the armor?
It does not. It does not. So, Alexstrasza is currently like a 9-mana deal 1 damage to the enemy hero. That's a pretty sick battle cry. I would pay 9 mana, deal 1 damage. That's like a super Elven Archer. So, a little awkward here, but I think Ong has some options. That 10/10 Alexstrasza is just a little weird, though. Looks like he's trying to count up, seeing the most efficient way to kill off this board. It is a little weird with this swipe. Looks like... Wow, that's... I would say that's a little dangerous, although we do see the double Feral Rage here. Getting a little low, but I think as long as he takes out that Alexstrasza, it'll be okay. And he goes ahead and clears everything just because. So, I think Jimmy's going to have to think now that he just has to get through all this armor. I'm not sure if he's accounting for the second Feral Rage. He's probably thinking, well, there's 16 damage to get through here, but actually with the Jade Idol pickup, we may be at the point where this becomes almost impossible to win. Ooh, and with the Fandral, on the low chance that somehow this Gadgets and Auctioneer lives, I don't know, that's going to be fun to watch. I don't know if it'll be good, but it'll definitely be fun to watch. Jimmy does go ahead and just clear off the board here. That makes sense, although we're probably just going to see each turn. Well, actually, yeah, with the Fandral, he doesn't even have to pick. It's just throw more junk out there and see what sticks. And again, that Ice Block isn't going to be too important very soon as you start taking Fatigue, since the Ice Block won't save you from Fatigue.
Alright, so far in the comments, our record, Jade, was 1919. Let's see if you can beat it.
I don't think he's going to beat it anymore without the Gadgets and Auctioneer, since he can only play 1 per turn now. That would be 9 more turns, and the Mage will die of fatigue before that.
just keep passing your turns until you get to 1919.
I don't really agree with this Fireball here. I think Jimmy's at the point where he just needs to go face. He just does not have enough damage to make it through this. Although, it is rather important, Jimmy also, at least won't get his block popped this turn. All right, and that's the end of it. Ong takes the series 3-2 in a very close game.
Good job to you both.
Let's update the bracket once again. So Ong takes it 3-2. That means in our lower bracket we're going to have Matthew versus Jimmy, and in our upper bracket we get Terry versus Ong. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break as I figure out who's still playing.
Clearly, we're professionals here. Reading our comments. Alright, Kevin, I'll spare your war axe.
You say Kevin. We actually have 3 Kevins in the top 8, so that's not telling you much. I mean, makes sense, but...
Yeah, if it ever sounds like I'm firing shots at anyone, it's because I actually don't know anything
She
about
literally doesn't know much about this game.
I'm not firing shots, I'm just clueless.
Alright, so I have no clue what game we're in here, but this is Kevin Hu on bottom, and I believe Ron on top. Let me confirm really quick. Yes, this is Ron Eisenband on top. Let me get decks loaded in really quick. So we have Ron's Mage on top, which is actual just Secret Mage, I believe. And on bottom, we have Kevin Hu's Priest, which is... oh, it just looks like a kind of standard Miracle Priest. How did this get flipped? Yeah,
And you work for Facebook.
Super professional quality stream here. All right, let's figure out what game we're in. Oh, so this is the final game of a series here.
We got here just in time.
Alright, so let's look at what we have here. Yeah, so we've just got a Secret Mage, and then the Priest, it is running Elise. Elise is one of my favorite cards of this set. I'm going to say that about a few, but even though Elise isn't that great, it's just one of those cards that's fun. Sort of like the old Elise that turned all of your cards into legendaries with the Golden Monkey. This Elise adds a pack to your deck that you can use to get 5 random Unguro cards with a much higher chance for better rarities like legendaries and such. Again, hasn't been super competitive, but it's definitely fun. And actually, is this lethal? It is. I don't know if he sees it. I'm sure he does. Alright, and yeah, that's something that it can just do. Yeah, that's something that this priest just does. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted right now. My dog's trying to play with me. Alright, so let's go ahead and update that last game. So that was Kevin Hu taking it 3-2 over Ron. So this puts in round 2. We've got Terry versus Ong and Kevin Mu versus Kevin Hu. In the lower bracket, we have Matthew Leonard versus Jimmy Lee and Kevin Pruitt versus Ron Eisenband. So we'll see who. Am I even showing this on the screen on OBS? Okay. So let's see who we can spectate next. We'll try to get the Terry versus Ong game. If not, we can do Kevin versus Kevin, but I really don't want to try to cast that, saying those names over and over. Alright, looks like we're going to take a second for a break as the competitor is ready for round 2. I'm going to try to spectate Terry versus Ong, but it does look like Moo versus Who is ready. Again, though, I don't want to deal with commentating that. Alright, looks like we can first spectate Kevin Moo versus Kevin Who. So, hope you can keep up, hope I can keep up, we'll do our best. Hopefully. We're still waiting for them to get in the game. Ooh, we just see that Kevin Who's priest has been banned. No one wants to see the, well, I would say fun and interactive, but you kind of know it's coming. As we saw last game, the 2020 Radiant Elemental out of nowhere. Alright, just loading in now. Give me a second. Awesome. So we have Kevin versus Kevin. They are both playing Paladin. They are both playing Lady Liadrin. So good luck, guys. I have to figure out who I'm even fixing here. So on top will be Kevin Moo's Paladin. And on bottom is Kevin Who's Paladin. Actually, I think I may have loaded the same decks here. Yeah, well, who knows what's... Wait, do they run the same deck? Okay, so these... Kevin Moo is playing Control, which is the deck listed on the right side. Kevin Who is playing FB Paladin on the left side. Looks like Kevin Who is playing the Control variant, while Kevin Moo is playing, well, even though it says Control, it's playing a few more Murlocs. Yeah, good luck. I don't know why I subjected myself to this. So, Chloe, which Paladin do you think has the advantage here?
Pass.
Alright, I'm actually considering just leaving this game because I really don't want to deal with this confusion.
Nobody wants a quitter, Logan.
So, Kevin Hu here, looks like some pretty standard turns. He does have a decent consecration here, but it looks like he wants to play it slower, considering just the true silver. I did not see what secret that was. So Kevin Mu has Noble Sacrifice, and Kevin Hu has Getaway Kodo. So it looks like he's already considering that's Noble Sac. And he actually even makes sure it's not Getaway Kodo by aiming for the 1/1 Silverhand Recruit. So, looks like he'll get some value off of this Hydrologist. I'm assuming Kevin Mu will go ahead and try to take it out, and so he gets to play it again, and just that infinite value Hydrologist. Next time that I cast this, I should try to figure out how we can have interim games where we can watch Chloe teach us how to play Cthulhu Mage or Quest Mage.
You're welcome in advance.
You know that will, like, if you want to know how to climb the ladder, how to rank up, how to get legend, just watch Chloe a few games and probably do everything opposite.
I also play Quest Druid, so...
Yes, Quest Druid. You know, when Unguro came out, some people weren't sure which quest would be best, and then eventually we decided Quest Rogue was good, RIP, and Quest Warrior was good. Chloe has found that actually the best classes are Quest Mage and Quest Druid. She loves Barney, Barnabas, that quest reward that allows you to play everything for free.
It's pretty great. You all are missing out.
I'm pretty sure her win rate is actually abysmal, but she just has fun while playing. It's really, really weird, but apparently you can have fun playing this game, even without, you know, like, winning consistently. So she has fun playing Quest Druid. It's entertaining to watch.
I'm sitting in the shade over here. There's so much shade.
Alright, so... we just saw Kevin Mu play that Stampeding Kodo, and I think Kevin Hu's considering now might be a good time for the Doomsayer. Just throw it out, see if he can get control back of the board. That would allow him to roll into Curator, into Happy Rag Light Lord. I'm not so sure about that Consecration there. That's an interesting call. I don't know, that seemed a bit odd, and it does still play into, like, True Silver. So is he just trying to play around... Wait. Oh, okay, he's going to coin True Silver there. I was going to say, I'm not sure what's going on here. It's a little hard to see the cards upside down, as I'm sure it is for you as well. So we do see the Curator still come out, but now it does kind of play into that True Silver, and with the Spike Grid Steed, it's just a really annoying card to have to go into. And actually Kevin Mu even keeps his charge on the True Silver there, which will be interesting. This 5/5 is just a little awkward to deal with. At the very least, Kevin Hu could always just put a dude out there and put him on a Spikered Steed, I guess. Do you play much Paladin, Chloe? Have you ever played Paladin?
I think I did for a Tavern Brawl. But I think that's it. It was the Rag Tavern Brawl, so I pretty much had a bunch of, like, summon 5, 1/1 Silverhand recruits. And we got our Rag up to, like, 23. It was pretty great.
Chloe, of course, referring to the last Tavern Brawl where you try to see how big you can get Rag. I like this just as a middle-of-the-road play. You've got a decent threat on the board. It's kind of odd to work with, but we see one of Chloe's, I think, favorite cards to quote, Tyrion Fordring, put your face in the light. Right? Right? That's what he says.
We have an inside joke.
It's a everyone does that joke.
Okay, well, I thought it was an inside joke, but apparently it's not.
But we do see Eldor Peacekeeper into Stampeding Kodo to really cleanly take that out. That's pretty awesome. And with the Noble Sack here, I'm actually curious why he didn't hit into that. I suppose it kind of has the same... I think he's still really afraid of Consecration, actually. So we actually see HYPUUU playing the Nesting Rock. That's something pretty interesting. I don't think I've seen in many Control Paladin variants. I may have seen it once or twice, but it's definitely not a common pick. I think basically everyone that was watching this stream is currently in game. Our viewership went down pretty significantly. I'm not famous anymore. People just want to see themselves, I guess. So, looks like, again, HYPUUU is just really trying to play around Consecration here. Trying to make it a little awkward. Oh, the dog's asleep on my foot. It's really cute. Yeah, both of these players just have an abundance of cards, though. And we see, actually, HYPUUU has picked up a second Tyrion. Another reason why people just love that Stonehill Defender card. I forgot for a second. And they're just going to trade Primordial Drakes back and forth for now. I'm wondering, though, if HYPUUU may consider just playing a dude and a Pyromancer and Tarim here. There's still like just so many choices and ways you can go with this. Both these players actually have quite large hands, and we might be in for a long game here, as Control Paladin can sustain quite a while. Okay, I had to clarify a question there. So, Stonehill Defender into Stonehill Defender, that's definitely an option, especially if you're looking for Tyrion or Wicker Flame Burn Bristle or Tarim or anything like that. Even Primordial Drake, though, is just a high-value card that he may be okay picking here. Which one would you go with, Chloe?
Oh, that was weird. I was honestly gonna say Stonehill Defender before I saw him.
How about here? Which of these do you like?
Oh.
I think Tarim's really good here, just because it's one of your legendaries. It's a very strong card. Curator would be okay, but with 12 cards left in deck for HYPUUU, I think you might be a little worried about... That's actually really interesting. I was going to say he might be a little worried about drawing too fast. So Kevin Hu chooses to play one of his Doomsayers now, which there's not a clean way to get through it. Of course the equality would, but what's the point of that? The only other real option I see to get through this seems to be using that forbidden healing, and even then, do you really want to? So it's hard to say. I'm actually really interested that Kevin Hu chose the Grime Street Protector here, which is the battle cry, give adjacent minions Divine Shield. Why do you think he picked that, Chloe? Why would you pick it?
I mean, honestly, that's the one I was leaning towards.
Was it? Was it?
It was! I promise it was. You doubt me, but I've been to rank 14 before.
That's true. What can I say against someone of such high skill here? How many games of Paladin do you have?
I could probably count on one hand the number of Paladin games I played.
So, not the most value possible from this Happy Rag, but I would say that's still pretty good. You know, there's not a super clean way to get rid of it easily, and you at least get a little bit of healing from it here. So, we might see the equality here, actually. I like the Peacekeeper more. You know, there's only going to be so many big threats, and Rag Lightlord is one of the biggest. And here's that second Tyrion. So, looks like there's a couple options to get rid of it. Even potentially something like Equality and Primordial Drake, or Equality Avenging Wrath. I'm actually also kind of interested... Oh, that Avenging Wrath was from Ivory Knight, wasn't it? Okay, yeah, that's not too surprising. That's a pretty good card. What would you do in this situation, Chloe?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that method seemed pretty good. So.
Looks like he still really doesn't want to play this Pyro Equality combo. He's trying to hold on to it as long as possible. I don't know. I suppose I have more information here that I can see the board, but it seems like he just really wants to get a lot of value out of it. And, you know, I guess he still is expecting the Sunkeeper Tarim, so he probably just wants to make sure that Kevin Moo can't get a big board of, you know, 3/3s, and then he'd just be overwhelmed, since, you know, Consecrate won't take care of that. We do see another Tyrion here. I don't know how many that is this game, maybe 3, maybe 4. It's hard to say in Paladin v Paladin these days. We do see, though, Kevin Moo is actually getting rather low on life. He does have that forbidden healing, so at any point he can just heal for 20 if he wants to. But with both these players starting to get towards the end of their decks, it's definitely something to keep in mind. I'm sure... Well, actually, Kevin Moo does not run Rag Lightlord, so that could be significant. It's not as much healing as available to Kevin Hu. And we see the Avenging Wrath. This is basically like super arcane missiles. And perfect. I bet Kevin Hu is quite happy with that. And we see Kevin Moo is not so happy about it. So again, that's not a really intimidating board. I don't know why the Pyro is necessary here too much. Kevin Moo could just choose to basically full heal here, which it looks like he wants to do. I think he's afraid of another Tarim, so he wants to go ahead and clear the board there. Doesn't feel great though, swinging your swinging Ashbringer into a 1/1. And this is going to be huge. We have a Tyrion with a redemption up. If only one of these players was playing N'Zoth, we could see a board full of Tyrions this game. N'Zoth, by the way, is that 10-cost card that resummons all your death rattles. But you knew that, right, Chloe?
Yeah, I definitely did not just ask Logan what that card was. I learn cards by what they do, not by their name. So Logan will always ask me, like, oh, was so-and-so just played? And I'm like, what?
She knows cards by their entrance animation, or entrance voiceover.
Yes, that's
like
true.
Tyrion, what's the... it's not Egg Napper. The 2/2 that gives you a 5 attack minion. What's that one say? Beetleberries. My
yeah.
favorite. So we see Kevin Moo here actually play his Wicker Flame Burn. Oh my gosh. Wicker Flame Burn Bristle alongside a Doomsayer. Although actually that Kodo could be huge. Does he have enough mana to really do anything with it though? I don't think so. Honestly, if I were Kevin Hu, yeah, I just effectively you've just made your opponent clear their board and your Tyrion comes back. That's gotta feel bad. And then on the other side of things, a Pyro Consecration will finally clear that up, and at least you get rid of one of the Ashbringers. So, those are all interesting. I think Noble Sack might be good just since Kevin Moo is a little lower on health here. I like just, filling the board as fast as possible to try to get that Tarim value. Looks like we're going to get some more value here from Kevin Hu. Yeah, that's pretty good. A 5/7 Pyromancer. I think we've seen both Pyromancers come out. Yeah, we've seen both Pyromancers come out from Kevin Moo. Ooh, I think that might be the value play that Kevin Hu has been looking for. He can clear off the board, play a couple of his own cards here, and then get the Sunkeeper as well. Looks like he wants to keep one Wild Pyro just in case things go crazy, but that's definitely a strong play there. And keep in mind that Wild Pyro does have Spike Ridge Steel, so if it dies, it comes back as a dinosaur. One of the saddest things about this tournament for me is the fact that no one brought Rogue, which is objectively the best class in the game. Kevin Pruitt is a huge player of the Quest Rogue variant, but as we know, Quest Rogue was recently kind of nerfed into oblivion by Blizzard, much to Chloe's... she's not mad about it at all. Anyways, with Quest Rogue gone, it seems like no one was really comfortable playing that Miracle Rogue variant. I think people are kind of unsure of the state of Rogue currently. And we're actually seeing Kevin Moo now playing his own Tarim, which is not the best. I suppose it's okay, but it's a little awkward. Although, that's interesting. Okay, so he's... Wait, is this lethal? No, not quite, but we're getting close, definitely. Oh, I didn't see the Ashbringer. I'm stupid. Yeah, that is lethal. Okay. Well, after all this time, we are now 1-0, Kevin Hu over Kevin Moo. I only have to do this for, at most, 4 more games. We'll go back to the bracket really quick. Alright, so we see Kevin Moo with his Hunter. He is actually the only person to bring Hunter to this tournament. This deck is called Hungry Crap, probably because it features 1 copy of Hungry Crab, which unfortunately for him, well, okay, I guess Kevin Hu is playing 2 Hydrologists, but, well, you know, maybe that's good enough for here. It's definitely an interesting variant, though. It's I guess just a standard mid-range hunter, but we don't often see that Trog Beast Rager in many decks. Kevin Hu probably very happy here just to have that Hydrologist in his opening hand, just so he can have something to contest the board versus the hunter. This game will probably go by a bit quicker than Control Paladin Mirror. And we see that 1 copy of Hungry Crab coming in very useful as we have effectively a 1-mana Yeti here. And that actually makes Kevin Hu just sort of miss this turn. And here comes Alley Cat and Cute Cat. So this is a really scary board. Luckily, actually this is devastating almost. With that Consecration, Kevin Hu can almost clear the board right now. Oh, actually, he wants to just go ahead and get rid of everything. Does make sense. Yeah, that's good. And he still has the Consecration for later. So we're not going to see a ton of value from that Scavenging Hyena, but we do see, yeah, just bring it out as a 3/3. That's good enough. Something. Except, once again, Kevin Hu with the perfect answer. So we see him go ahead and set up that Getaway Kodo. Probably for that Ivory Knight, he's going to be able to heal up nicely, get another Ivory Knight, and do it again. That's pretty big. And turn 5, at least Kevin Moo can still kind of curve out here with that bow and the Kindly Grandmother. Chloe, do you play any hunter at level 20? Do you play rank 20? Do you play against any?
Yeah, I play against hunter all the time, and it's pretty terrible.
It's quite different meta at rank 20 apparently. She says she plays against no mages and lots of hunter.
Well, it doesn't help that my mage deck is super slow, and hunter is not.
I think she just only remembers the hunters. So we see Kevin Hu again able to clear this board, although down to just 14 health. Oh. And Kevin Hu, he chose to play that Silverhand Recruit, and now he's got this wonderful card here. And Kevin Moo has the High Mane. And we see a Deadly Shot as well, which is actually, wow, that's it's going to be pretty significant here. He's got the Houndmaster as well. Probably considering, I don't know what he's doing. But he's ahead of me in the rankings, so I guess he knows what he's doing. It was an interesting play. I think the deadly shot was pretty good there. Although, oh yes, of course, he's waiting for the Tyrion or Primordial Drake. So 6, 8, 10. Not quite lethal, but that's pretty close. If Kevin Hu didn't have any way of healing right now, that would be the end. Possibly from this Ivory Knight he can get something, but you never want to be this low at health with almost a full board in front of you. Yeah, actually, this might be it. No, he has ways out, but it's not going to be easy. That's not great.
Wow.
Holy light? Does that help? No. I think that's still it. Yes, so that will be it, and we are at 1-1. So 1-1 between these two currently. All right, so Kevin Hu is going to be switching to his Shaman. So this Shaman deck is actually Elemental Shaman, and with the recent changes to Jade Spirit, it is an Elemental. So we do see quite a few Jades in here as well. We see Eye of Blackpaw, Jade Spirit, Jade Lightning. So it's kind of a mix there. We also see the one copy of Spirit Echo. That's a really fun card. What do you think of Spirit Echo, Chloe?
I don't know what that card is.
That's what I thought. Spirit Echo is give all your minions Death Rattle, return this card to your hand.
Oh, I don't know if I've played against it enough to really know.
It's not super rare. It's extra fun when Yogg casts it, though, because it gives you another Yogg.
What's better than one Yogg? Two Yogg!
So we're going to see Kevin Hu get a little defensive here already. Throw out the Stonehill Defender. That's quite the selection. He goes with a snap pick on Alakir. That's decent. I think he should have considered a little bit longer because White Eyes was also good there. But, you know, he's better than I am. A little awkward here. I'd personally be fine just throwing down the Manatide Totem and, you know, just waiting a turn. So, we actually have quite a few Death Rattles in this Hunter deck. When I first saw it, I actually wondered if it was N'Zoth. It is not, and N'Zoth would probably make the deck worse, but I do love a good N'Zoth deck, which unfortunately all of the players in this tournament chose to play Sirius decks, but I'm glad we at least get to see Yogg a few times. Looks like Kevin Hu is just going to play the Flame Chunk here, get a few value trades. Possibly play that Maelstrom Portal as well. I think it's pretty good here. Chooses not to, actually just wants to totem up. Kevin Hu is playing two things from below, so he probably just wants to get their costs down as quick as possible. Interesting to note, Kevin Hu does play two Hexes and just one Devolve. And I guess it was very smart of him not to play the Maelstrom, as now he gets so much more value out of it. Quick bracket update. Ron Eisenbahn has beaten Kevin Pruitt 3-1. So Ron advances in the lower bracket, and Kevin Pruitt is out, unfortunately. It looks like he just couldn't bounce back from that Quest Rogue nerf. Do you get it? Bounce back, Shadow Step, play the same card. Chloe is not entertained by that. I really hope someone's watching the stream for that joke.
I feel like I just need to go sit down for a second.
All right, back to the game here. I don't even know what's going on. All right, so kind of just things going on still, nothing too big. At 6 mana, oh, Jade Claws, that's a really good pull off the top. Along with the Jade Lightning, I'm not so sure about that one, but hey, I'm not in this tournament, they are. It does get his Jade started a little bit. I guess he just wants to ramp those up as quick as possible. This Unleash the Hounds is going to be pretty big. We got a Scavenging Hyena here that's going to get up to an 8/5. Really the only way that Kevin Hu can take care of this currently is with a high roll Lightning Storm. It looks like he might just choose to double Mana Tide, hope he draws his Devolve or Hex, and just let RNG take the wheel, which is, you know, how we know the best Hearthstone players play. And he does get the Devolve at least there. And Firefly, not too big of a deal. But Highmane coming out, that's going to be pretty major with that Devolve. Instantly goes with the Devolve there, and gets fairly lucky. The Lyra could be a somewhat big deal. We currently see one spell in Kevin Moo's hand, plus how many priest spells does a hunter really want other than Mind Blast? I really hope Kevin Pruitt comes back in time to hear my terrible Quest Rogue joke. So, Charged Devilsaur from the Macaw will allow him to clear off both the Mana Tides. And Hex, that seems decent. Kevin Hu's definitely going to have to start thinking about how much damage he's taking. At the same time, he has many options here. He could just choose to play the Alakir and, you know, do some good old minion combat. He could think about that Lightning Storm even. I think that'd be possible. Or he's even got the Servant of Kalamos to see what sort of other elementals he can get out. Actually, though, he rolls Spell Power and goes with the double Lightning Storm. Or single Lightning Storm. I guess my game glitched there for a second. I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing. We see another Highmane, and just steady shot after steady shot. That's pretty significant here. I'm wondering if Kevin Hu will just choose to play Alakir and start trying to race. Although if he does try to race, those kill commands are going to hurt. He is going to choose to trade, probably the safer option here. He's trying to think if he wants to kill off the Jinyu or the Alakir. That definitely makes sense. You want to keep taunts around when you're facing Hunter because taunt is cheat. Updated bracket. Hold on, let me get the link for that. Alright, sorry about that, I had to send a bracket out. So we see Kevin HYPUUU with a very significant board here, but it turns out it won't matter with you get double kill command and hero power to face. That's gotta feel good. You gotta love how much burst comes out there.
Feels bad, man.
That's just the worst. Alright, let's quickly go to the bracket here. So, like I said, Ron did defeat Kevin Pruitt. Kevin Pruitt's out. We are currently watching Kevin HYPUUU versus Kevin HYPUUU. The game is 2-1, I believe. I should probably keep track of that better. Meanwhile, we also have Terry versus Ong going on, and Matthew versus Jimmy. Alright, so now we are going to see Kevin HYPUUU's Mage. And I was correct. It is currently 2-1. Kevin HYPUUU at the top of the screen is ahead. Yes, Kevin HYPUUU is the only person that brought a Hunter. He's free to play, by the way. He was too poor to afford Rat Pack in his deck, so if you were looking at his total Death Rattle Hunter here and thinking, wow, this would be awesome with Rat Pack, he agrees he just couldn't afford it. So this poor man is somehow fighting his way through the ranks of Hearthstone so that he can afford to pre-order KFT, which is, of course, the next expansion, Knights of the Frozen Throne. So can we get some... Okay, this isn't really Twitch. That little binding of Isaac sad face, and someone just, you know, press F for respect or something. How sad.
Oh my gosh. What just happened?
I think Chloe wishes she really could have found something better to do tonight.
This is what I do on a Friday night, so yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. No, I'm just kidding. This is pretty fun.
So, it looks like that Volcanic Potion could be pretty good here, but Kevin HYPUUU is just not afraid yet. He wants to play greedy, see how much value you can get out of that.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Hunters have a lot of one-cost cards.
Yeah.
With, like, low health, so... Makes sense, too. If that counts for anything.
Wonder if he'll consider it here. Yeah, just... I don't know. Tough call there, but, you know, the Hunter is going to have cards on the board. And I actually think the Hunter has an advantage over the Mage here. Mage just wants to play it slow, and it's hard to deal with that. We are going to see this dinosaur go extinct here with that meteor. Finally clears the board, but doesn't really do anything in return. Okay, so Kevin Pruitt, the terrible joke I made earlier is it looks like you weren't able to bounce back from the Quest Rogue nerf, which is a joke about Shadow Step and Brewmaster and all the other. It was a terrible joke, and it's no better the second time, but I just really hope you appreciate that.
Hopefully someone appreciates it, because I definitely don't.
So we see Kevin HYPUUU kind of in an awkward spot, which is going to be the majority of this game, I think. It's just really difficult to do anything here. He's going to choose to play the Firelands. Gets a Nesting Rock. Unfortunately, no Battle Cry there, of course, since it came from the portal, but it's something at least. However, we're going to have a little Hyena. It's going to become a big Hyena. Actually, not too big. So this actually might be bad because it plays right into Flame Strike. I suppose, though, even if he hadn't played into Flame Strike, he'd play into Fireball instead. I'm interested to see here if HYPUUU... Yeah, I was going to say, the Thalnos feels good. Chloe thinks this is one of the worst cards in the game, because why would you pay 2 mana for a 1/1? Thalnos?
I don't remember saying that.
Well, she doesn't say it's worth, but she does not want to craft it. But yeah, this is the wonderful thing about it, how you can just flex it here, and, you know, at the very least, you're going to get a card out of it. So Potion of Polymorph actually isn't that great versus Hunter, because sheep are beasts. So it still activates that kill command. So yeah, this is going to get to the point where it's really scary for HYPUUU, because even though the mage has ice blocks, the hunter will always have the option of just using hero power to pop it. Ah, we got the spectate bug. Excellent. Alright, so we've got big ol' Cabal Courier here.
She's the star of the show.
I'll try to see if we can just deal with this, because I don't think the minions on the board will be too big of a deal currently. But I will switch at the end of the game just to make sure this fixes itself.
There it goes.
There we go.
In case you were worried, we were too professional.
So this is actually a kind of big deal, especially with the ice barrier there. I'm not sure HYPUUU will be able to pop the block next turn. Unless he draws something like Kill Command and is really thinking, of course, you know, this is ice barrier, like that's going to be kind of difficult. He does draw the kill command. Let's see if he's smart enough to play it, though. He is. All right. So, yeah, he knows that's probably ice barrier, and so he wants to make sure that he can go ahead and pop the block this turn. Kind of interested that he didn't bother killing off the Thalnos. That could be bad. But actually, is that lethal? I think that's lethal. I think HYPUUU doesn't have any way of coming back from this. He is going to ping his own Thalnos, of course. Yeah, he can try to get one more draw out of it. Arcanologist, oh my gosh, and that actually does keep him alive and possibly saves him this game. Minor misplay in that he could have played the Frostbolt first, but I think he was just worried about, you know, what if he got, you know, Arcane Intellect or something like that instead. The taunt is actually very significant here. That stops lethal this turn. Yeah, actually that's huge. Arcane Intellect, maybe? Maybe one more chance? That's actually it. And that... So close. So actually, that Misha roll there was the difference in HYPUUU winning or losing this entire game.
The one time it's not Huffer.
Yep. Never lucky. That's the end of this series, and that actually puts HYPUUU up 3-1 in that series. That's the end of it. Let's go ahead and update the bracket. With that, HYPUUU will advance to the semifinals. Alright, let's see if we can tune into Terry versus Ong in the upper bracket as well. All right, so Terry is on bottom. It's currently 2-1. Terry is playing Quest Warrior, and Ang is playing his Jade Druid with the Yogg Saron. So that's probably why he's ahead, of course. Let's make this a bit bigger. So actually, we haven't seen this deck yet. Chloe, what are your opinions on Quest Warrior?
I mean, I've had success against Quest Warrior before. I think it just kind of depends on the luck of them drawing enough taunts initially. When it takes them a long time, I've been able to beat it, but when they can get their quest right away, I'm usually screwed.
Really quick, this is super rough for Terry. The Auctioneer wins the brawl there, so Ong has 10 mana and a full hand, so he can do whatever he wants here, basically. Especially with that Wild Growth. Although, actually, I think the Wild Growth will make him overdraw. So he doesn't even want to play that yet. He's just getting his Jades up. Let's check really quick. So Terry's quest is... hold on.
7/7.
7/7. There we go. Oh, and it pulls the Yogg. That's really significant, actually. Ong can probably get his Jades up big enough.
Wow.
And wow. That's
Terry,
that's some
the
luck.
Hearthstone gods are on your side right now.
This is apparently how you get first in the series.
Sheesh.
So Ong is going to try to quickly get his Jades over 8/8, and at least he has that ooze there. But getting over 8/8 will make sure that he doesn't die to the hero power every time. We saw Ong choose to keep the excess mana there, probably for use with the Auctioneer next turn. All right, we have one more bracket update really quick. Matthew Leonard has beat Jimmy 3-1. Wrong way. All right, so in the lower bracket, next we'll have Kevin Hu versus Matthew Leonard. And between Terry and Ong, the loser there will face Ron, and the winner will face Kevin Mu. So next we will try to see the winner of this current game versus Kevin Mu. So Ong actually chose not to play the Auctioneer this turn, but instead just go with more and more Jades. Let's see. Ooh, wow. That sucks. So, this is why Ong has one card left, and with the Fandral, I'm not sure why the excess mana is there. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. He gets a Jade and gets to shuffle this turn. And Wild Growth, let's see if he chooses to hold or use it now. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So he can go ahead and actually shuffle in more Jade Idols so that when he gets his Auctioneer, he can just go off. And actually, with that, I don't think Terry can win this game. So that might be another 3-1 since Ong is currently up.
Let's see if we can get those Jades to 1919.
That might be the one way Terry can win. I'm not sure if, honestly, I would heavily consider right now just going face. With that, I don't think he can win. I think he had one chance if it went face, but even then, I think this is really tough. Oh, okay. I didn't see. Ong even had the Feral Rage left. Sleep with the Fishes is relevant here. Gosh, everything here, though, is kind of bad. What would you play, Chloe?
I mean, at this point. I don't know what I would do. Logan told me what he would do, but.
I think I might concede. I don't know, though. Like, maybe there's a... Actually, no, that's All right, well, that means Ong is going to take this series 3-1. So, Terry is actually the... Okay, Ong's just offline. He's done with this game.
It's like, I've won. I'm out.
Oh, he's back. That's some good timing. All right, so we can go ahead and update that bracket. So now we are looking at Ong versus Kevin Moo in the semifinals, and in the lower bracket, Kevin Hu versus Matthew Leonard, and Terry Lin versus Ron Eisenband. I am going to take a 2-minute break, just so I can have a chance to not talk for a second, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm trying to get a picture of the dog here. Let me figure out how to rotate this.
When was that picture? Oh, that was.
Aw, look at him. Aw.
There's our dog.
He's a good boy. Alright, so this is in the lower brackets. We've got Kevin Hu at the bottom. I'll fix their decks really quick. And at the top we have Matthew Leonard. So Kevin Hu is playing his Shaman. Oh gosh. Oh no, I've done it again. And on top, once again, we have Matthew Leonard playing his Paladin. I think it's just a kind of standard control Paladin. Yeah, standard looks like a little heavy on Murlocs. Oh, okay, yeah, it's Murloc Paladin, obviously. Now if I look at the board. So again, this is the Kevin Hu has the deck here with Spirit Echo, which I think is very interesting, just a kind of fun card to play. He's also playing quite a few elementals, so it's the Jade Elemental Shaman. However, the big thing Murloc Paladin has above this is just the ability to burst damage so quickly that it doesn't really matter what you're playing, you're dead. So as you see, Kevin Hu just had to heal, and even now he's only at 17 health. So Matthew Leonard says, I don't care about your board, I'm just going to hit you in the face, and that seems like a pretty good strategy to me. I think Kevin Hu should consider here, well actually he's so low, I don't know what he should consider, it's pretty bad. I think he needs to high roll this. Ooh, is that actually game? That's okay, that's game. Okay, well, that was a quick one to join in. Let's see if that was the first game there. Okay, so that was the first game there. Alright, getting into game 2. This is Kevin's favorite deck, his Miracle Priest. So this is with Lyra and Elise and just a bunch of cheap spells trying to get out a 30-30. Looks like Matthew, though, is going to have quite a strong start with that Murloc Tidehunter as well as the Vile, what is it? Vile Fin Inquisitor. And he can roll that into the Rock Tidehunter or the Hydrologist next turn into the Stonehill Defender. So overall, just a really strong opening here. We'll see if Kevin Hu wants to play this Power Word Shield. I think it's a decent play, but he could also consider, yeah, just getting that card draw like this while he can, and also hurting the Murloc. So, 4 health, Chloe, what can a priest do versus a 4 attack minion?
Nothing!
Yeah, not a lot. That's it's not going to be fun for him. He did draw another Northshire, so if he's crazy, he could possibly Northshire and then heal his opponent's Murloc just for more card draw. I don't know how I feel about that, though. We'll see if he thinks he's desperate enough for it yet. I think this deck, though, is going to have a real problem stabilizing versus these Murlocs. Looks like he's going to play the Talon Priest just for tempo. Hope that his opponent has to trade off the 4-1. I think Matthew, though, might consider just going face and seeing what happens. Yeah, he says, I don't care what minions you throw out. If you're dead, it doesn't really matter. So, he has the option here for like a Power Word Shield, maybe. I really don't know what he's trying to draw, but it's basically not this. I like the Acolyte here. At best, it gives you a bunch of card draw, and at worst, it at least absorbs 3 damage. I also like this, though. Just get more power on the board. Let's see, does he... So, Kevin actually doesn't run Holy Nova, so he really has no way of clearing the board. And that's going to be rough. Luckily for Kevin, Matthew didn't really get anything of major significance there. But even Poisonous, isn't going to be fun. So, oh, that's my oven going off. If anyone's wondering, I'm going to eat dinner. So, looks like again, not a lot of options here, and he's getting a little low on health. All right, I'll be right back.
I have the dog in my lap, so I can't get up.
All right, Chloe, just cast for me.
Okay, apparently I'm supposed to cast for Logan with my infinite knowledge of Hearthstone. So...
Just see what happens.
Well, so far nothing has happened. Okay, so he played some more taunts and is gonna go face because why not? That's a good way to get more cards. Yeah, so he at least gets the taunt out of the way. He can get his own taunt up.
Anything interesting happen?
I don't know. It depends on your definition of interesting or not. I don't know.
Alright. Well, we'll see. Looks like Matthew's going to choose to play the Hydrologist here, just get more cards out on the board. With Kevin HYPUUU getting so low, although I do see he's drawn both Lyra and Elise, probably just looking to close this one out soon. Now, I think the Redemption's really interesting there with the hero power, because it's highly likely the Acolyte is still going to go into the 1-1. Maybe, though, Matthew knows that the Acolyte's likely to go in the 1-1, and trying to do some mind games, but it looks like it didn't work. So, I actually kind of like here, like Lyra, Divine Spirit, just see what you can get going, but I could see if he's too worried about just being bursted down. I don't know, I think at some point you just have to think, well, the Paladin's not going to burst me, I need to get something aggressive on the field. So yeah, that's possibly even better, just getting that Tar Creeper down. No real easy way to get through it, except for, Equality, Tear 'em, everything like that, so it's a little rough for him. Let's see if he decides to trade, though, because that is a little dangerous keeping all of that up. He doesn't care though. 6 health, what are you gonna do? And actually that's a good question right now. I think you have to play Lyra. Technically, you think you're alive if you play Priest of the Feast, but we can see with that Consecration in hand, actually double Consecration, you're not. So it looks like he's just going to cross his fingers with the Lyra. And that's actually game, unless he gets something crazy here. Okay, maybe. Although that doesn't do much, but at least it gets you another card. And yeah, that's not gonna do it. So that takes Kevin Hu down 0-2, I believe. Alright, looks like they're into game 3 here. And we are going to see Kevin Hu's mage.
Let's go, Jaina. My girl.
Chloe will be silent for 5 to 10 minutes at the time, but the second she sees mage, she's ready for this commentary.
It's the only thing I know. And even then, I don't even know mage that well, but...
One interesting thing is this is a very heavy hand here for Kevin Hu, and going against this aggro Murloc Paladin, you really want something early to play, which he does recognize at least, and goes ahead and plays the Valet just so he has something. Look at this production value, guys.
You are welcome. We always have room for more at our apartment.
We do have plenty of seating, so if anyone's out there and be like, damn, I wish I could watch this live, you can.
And to have just pressing commentary that you need to say.
So we see Matthew just go ahead and play down the Wicker... I can't pronounce this card. Chloe, could you please say that card name for me?
I don't know what that card is called at all. Wicker Flame? Burn Bristle?
There we go. Something like that.
That's what I'm here for.
So, little weird hand, I think, for Matthew here. He's got double Rock Pool, Curator, Mega Sword. It's like, his best option here may be the double Rock Pool. Just remove the Battle Cry on one. I actually can't remember who's supposed to win in this matchup. I think it's the Murlocs if they go fast enough, but it's been a long time since I've seen this matchup. Chloe, who do you think wins here? Mage or Paladin?
That's honestly a tough one. I don't know. I could see it easily going either way.
That's not very helpful commentary.
You know, I'm doing my best.
just tell the folks what they want to hear. Mage always wins, right?
Yes, okay, yeah. If we're going that route, then yeah,
Chloe,
Mage has got this.
I think Chloe has at least, like a 92% win rate with Mage or something.
I honestly don't even know if I'd be that generous. So.
92% win rate? Do you know how insane that would be?
Yeah. I'll see myself out.
Now, normally I would say this might be a long game, but since Matthew isn't playing Happy Rag. Oh, he is playing Happy Rag. I just can't read. Never mind then. I was going to say, I didn't think he had any healing in the deck, which could make this game go significantly faster, but he does. I do like this Lord of the Arena here, because it just kind of yells, like, hey, fireball me, or even Firelands Portal. So hopefully, you know, you're trying to get out your more valuable members after that. And that's actually a pretty big deal. The Alley Armorsmith is really good for helping the mage slow down the game and just lasting longer. Matthew gets that awesome triple draw Curator. And looks like Kevin Hu is going to choose to play the second Fireball here. Wants to go ahead and draw a Secret as well. Start gaining some armor, and you know, really it looks great for him right now, just being able to completely control this game. It's going at his speed, and he still has lots of options in hand. He's got the Flame Strike, he's got the Polymorph. I kind of like the Kodo. It's a little risky, but at the same time, no, he unfortunately he didn't get it. But I think Matthew knows that he plays that Tyrion, it's not going to go well for him. Instead, looks like we're going to see an attempt to flood the board here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Hu just decides to go ahead and Flame Strike just to keep this Alley Armorsmith healthy. Although, actually, yeah, I was going to say Firelands plus Valet looks really good now, too. Oh my gosh. That is quite the luck. I am kind of interested why he decided not to play the Valet there. I guess he wants it for a little bit of reach. But, yeah, that does not feel good when you're the Paladin in that situation.
Yikes. Logan stepped away to go get his dinner.
Chloe, do you have Medivh?
Yes.
Do you like that card?
Yeah.
Is it in your Quest Mage?
Yes, it is.
Is every legendary you own in your Quest Mage?
No.
Basically?
Probably. I don't know. I have Medivh and Archmage Antonidas. And the quest.
Sorry, I'm going to be really quiet here for a while as I eat dinner. Basically, though, Kevin HYPUUU is in an amazing position with quite a big board and even one charge left on his Medivh, including a Pyroblast and Flame Strike in hand. So I think he's going to pull this one out, but we'll see in case something crazy goes. The Getaway Kodo is definitely nice for slowing this down. And with that, Kevin HYPUUU is still in it. It's currently 1-2. That means Kevin will have to keep winning with this mage. We'll see what we see next from Matthew. Again, here's our current bracket. We're currently watching the lower round 2, Kevin HYPUUU versus Matthew Leonard. And we're going to see Matthew's Priest deck, which is, again, I think my favorite deck from this series. It's running Kazakus, Black Knight, Raza, Lyra, Elise. Just a lot of fun cards, and this is just a fun Highlander deck. Kind of interested to see that Matthew just chooses to pass that turn. I guess he does know that Kevin HYPUUU is playing Medivh. I do like the Doomsayer here, just kind of slow it down. However, now that he's waited a turn, it makes him vulnerable to this Frostbolt play. I think it's really hard to balance, being greedy and being really safe when your deck is just a bunch of singletons, because it's hard to find, it's going to be hard to find that one copy of Shadow Word Pain. And Shadow Visions does help a bit with that, but it still makes it really risky to try something like that.
So I stepped away for a moment, and coming back, I thought that Mana Worm was at 8-3, and I was about to be really impressed.
What do you think of Mana Worm, Chloe?
Mana Worm's pretty great. I've gotten it up to like 6 or 7 before.
What do you think of Tunnel Trog? Remember that card?
No.
Do you really not?
No, I really don't.
Tunnel Trog is the 1/3 for Shaman. Whenever you overload, gain that much attack.
Oh, yeah, that one stinks.
but Mana Worm's okay?
Yeah, because Mana Worm is for mage.
We see Kevin HYPUUU here leave his Mana Worm at 4 attack, although the Draconid Operative will just contest that on the board. I'll be right back. My dog wants me to throw his toy again. He's a good boy. So we do get to see the Elise here. Go ahead and put the pack in. Kevin Hu is able to answer that just with the meteor. But I think Matthew is perfectly fine just taking this slow. Let's see what the Glimmer Root does. Good pick. Getting that meteor will be a big deal for him. As we just saw, meteor can deal with quite a large board. Now, I think the largest threat that Kevin Hu would put out is the Alexstrasza or the Medivh, but that's still pretty significant just to be able to take care of for 6 mana. So we see Matthew here draw his Ysera. 1 mana off of that, but with such high health, he may consider just throwing that down as soon as possible, which will probably be met by the Polymorph. So maybe he's thinking he can bait it out here possibly with the Primordial Drake. And then, actually, even if it does get polymorphed, he has Alexstrasza next turn as well. I do like this value trade a lot. Okay. By value trade, I meant going face and passing. That does leave it open for Kevin Hu to just go ahead and play his Medivh, though. Even choosing to go ahead and hit in to clear off that Glimmer Root, which works out well for him considering that his opponent has an Acidic Swamp Ooze in hand. At least he got some sort of value for that. And he goes ahead and even plays the Meteor. Like I said, it's either the Medivh or the Alexstrasza, so good just to get something on the board. Wow, that's somewhat significant. Although, then again, it's not that big of a deal. We see that Kevin Hu isn't playing Antonidas, so coins aren't as big of a deal as it could be. At the same time, I don't know many mages that would say, no, I don't want any more coins.
Who needs coins? Especially when you're mage.
Like I said, here comes the Polymorph, most likely. Where did that Twisting Nether, was that when I was playing with the dog? That must be from Cabal Courier, I guess. Anyways, with that, I would really like to see here the Ysera thrown down. Where is it? Alright, I gotta go throw a toy for the dog again.
Priorities over here.
He wants to play. By the way, for anyone, if you are trying to talk to me in the chat and you're just tuning in, the stream is on a 5-minute delay, and me checking the chat is more like a 10-minute delay, so don't expect expedient responses. So, Matthew's down to just 14 health now. With that Pyroblast in hand, he really needs to heal here. We'll see if he knows that or not. There's a few good choices there. Even though he's going to give his opponent some coins, you just, well, I mean, you're gonna die if you don't heal here. He does realize his predicament, goes ahead and heals up, says, yeah, 1 coin is worth it. And then we're gonna see what Cabal Courier can find. Not great options. Dread Infernal is decent. Mind Vision's decent. Mind Vision could actually be significant if he pulls an Ice block there. He gets the Flame Strike. That also is fairly good considering the board. We see a Meteor here, maybe. Okay. I was going to say Molten Reflections could be good with the Burgly Bully, but I don't really know how many coins you want even in this matchup. So yeah, I'm happy to just push a little bit more face damage, Meteor for any sort of defensive you might need, and then you've got the Pyroblast to finish him off. Matthew is able to clear that board at least, though, finally. Although Kevin Hu now has 3 coins, which again, at least there's no Antonidas, but that still might be significant. Although looking at his hand, it's not like he has much. He's basically got the Pyroblast, and that's it. So he just drew that Ungoro pack. I would like to see... I don't think he can play the Ungoro pack currently. He will overdraw. So I think the Draconid Operative here is good, just to see what you can get from the opponent's deck, get a little more information. That's also good, I guess. You're really going to overdraw there a lot, though. Looks like he's just going to see what he can get from Lyra. Divine Spirit, that's pretty good. He says, yeah, you know, I'm going to overdraw, but that's okay. Just get as many cards as I can. Yeah, you know, don't really need the Circle of Healing. He's really looking for any sort of just healing available from Lyra. Actually, though, that's gets answered right by the Meteor. I think I would consider just going ahead and fireballing and pinging face and trying to set up for lethal with that Pyroblast. It's looking really rough here for Matthew. Since we see that Pyroblast in hand, what he actually needs to do, which looks like he's going to notice it, is Holy Nova, Heal Self, and Shadow Word Pain that Valet. And Kevin Hu says, alright, you healed once, but you gave me all these coins too, and so that's actually it. I actually forgot about that too. So that puts this at 2-2. One more game to go here. Meanwhile, Terry has just won his series in the lower bracket. So Terry is advancing to the lower bracket round 3. And Ron is now eliminated from the tournament as well. So Kevin Pruitt, Jimmy, and Ron are now out. Ong and Kevin Moo are currently battling it out. And we are about to watch the final match in this Kevin Hu versus Matthew Leonard game. And this is a good old Mage Mirror.
My favorite.
So both these lists look kind of similar, but Matthew is actually running... Okay, no, these are not similar at all. Matthew is running Dragon Mage. Have you experienced much Dragon Mage?
Honestly, I don't think I ever have.
I don't think I have either. I believe Matthew is just playing his own deck here, which is pretty cool. We see... This is actually really interesting. There's the double Netherspite Historian. There is double Twilight Drake, double Bookworm. This should be pretty fun to watch. We'll see how it goes. So we'll see how aggressive Kevin Who wants to be here. He always has the option of Mana Worm, Coin, Mana Worm. With no follow-up, though, I'm not sure how I would feel about that. And if Kevin Who hasn't been looking at his opponent's deck list, he probably will now, thinking, why the hell does this mage have another Spite Historian? Some really good options here, though. I like the Alexstrasza. Yeah, actually all of those were pretty decent choices. Chooses to just play the second Mana Worm, doesn't want to be too greedy with that coin. And second, another Spite Historian. This time, Primordial Drake here is probably the best, but again, I think you could make a case for almost all of these. Especially against a mage, 8 health is just a little awkward to deal with, so maybe you want to be greedy and think about that Scaled Nightmare. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's not something you usually want to put in your deck, but it's definitely something to consider like this. Chloe is motioning to me what plays the mages could make, because she is our resident mage expert.
Hey, and you played it just like I expected. That's really why I'm here, just to commentate on Mage. That's it.
I'm kind of interested the fact that Matthew just chose to Frostbolt and ping the other Mana Worm. I kind of liked playing the Twilight Drake there just so you have some sort of threat, but I guess he is worried about a Fireball from his opponent. Looks like Kevin Who is going to choose to play the Tempo Valet. Just get as much damage as he can in. As we all know, Mage can't really heal, so any damage you get now is going to stay there, basically. Picks up another Polymorph. Could be good against something like Alexstrasza, which we see now, or the Medivh. Aw, he wants to play.
PD would like to add his own commentary.
This little dog wants to watch.
PD's joining us on Logan's desk to help cast.
So now we might get to see this Scaled Nightmare. Oh no, Firelands Portal to face. Oh, with the
wow.
Leroy. Oh, that feels
no.
bad.
I've done that before.
Ooh, and I think Kevin Who may consider just the Meteor here. That, oh, it feels so bad though.
Oh gosh. Feels bad, man.
I would say at least he had chicken, but you know, he didn't get to attack, so not really.
He didn't even get his chicken.
Maybe these are just some next level plays. He's like, you know what? Next turn I've got the Alexstrasza anyways, so the Leroy damage is really insignificant. He's just baiting out that meteor. Actually, it's really some next level plays out here. Alright, so I'm glad we do get to see this scaled nightmare, and I think Kevin Hu's gonna think, oh crap, you know, like, what do I do versus this? And he might be inclined to, you know, like, Fireball, Volcanic Potion it, and then next turn he's gonna face the Alexstrasza. Or, possibly he says, you know what, screw it, don't care, here's my own Alexstrasza. And so we do see in Kevin Hu's hand the Pyroblast and the Fireball. And do recall the series is currently 2-2. This game will decide it all. I say all. This game will decide this match. Looks like possibly a slight misplay there as Matthew is considering playing the Twilight Drake. We did just get another update. Let's see. Ong Lee has beaten Kevin Moo with his Jade Druid 2-3. Let's go update that bracket really quick. That puts Ong in the finals, and Kevin Moo goes down to the last round of the lower bracket. But let's try to finish up this game as it's winding down. So we see that actually Kevin Hu was forced to polymorph the scaled nightmare before it grew again. So, coming into this tournament, Terry was the first seed and Kevin Moo was the second seed. And Ong has now taken both of them out, and they both blame his Jade Druid on it. So, this game is looking really interesting right now. We have two really big Twilight Drakes here, and Kevin Hu does test for the counterspell at least, and actually he now has a chance to just win it, and
wow.
that's pretty big. I guess you know, we've seen some really big Firelands portals today. Nothing terrible really. Yeah, that's another good card here. We saw the Earth Elemental earlier. So Matthew is able to play his Ice Block. Is he able to pop this turn? He is not, unfortunately. Now, if Kevin Hu does choose to pop the block... Oh, that's interesting. He just wants... Okay. So if he does choose to pop the block, it'll be at 9, which isn't great. But then Matthew, on the other hand, can use the defensive Alexstrasza. So I really don't think Kevin has a way of stopping his block from being popped this time. I personally here would like to see the Cabal Courier just to see what you can pick up. Maybe a second Ice Block or Frost Nova or something. I don't know why you'd go for the Fireball first. I really think he needs to play that courier here to see what's available to him. So, not great. Crystal and Oracle. I think I would have liked the random mage spell better, especially knowing that your opponent is a dragon mage. You're not going to get a lot of synergies from their deck. And this will allow Matthew to pop at 1, which is going to be a big deal since Kevin Hu has already played his Alexstrasza. We may actually see the dragon mage here going up. See Matthew just sort of... Oh my gosh.
Wow.
So that won't quite save him. Hold on. So, okay. Kevin Hu... No, that's still lethal. He can't do anything. It looks like he can, but the fireball will end it. That was almost a really big deal there. Surely he sees this, right? Probably just counting to make sure. This is lethal. Okay. He sees it now. I was going to say, there are no secrets up. All right, and with that, Matthew Leonard takes it 3-2. That kicks third seed Kevin Hu out of this tournament. So our top 4 is Ung, Kevin Mu, Matthew Leonard, and Terry Lin. Next up, we will watch Matthew versus Terry. Hold on, our dog's going crazy for something. Next up, we'll watch Matthew versus Terry. I'm going to take another quick minute break. The winner of Matthew versus Terry will face Kevin Mu, and the winner of that will face Ong in the finals. So we have 3 matches left, possibly 4. But yeah, we are down to the finals, basically. Technically the semifinals. All right, so we have Quest Warrior for Terry. Oh, it didn't spectate correctly. Okay. Oh, spectate mode is broken. Hold on.
Get off, Petey. Petey, get off. He's getting on your dish.
Don't let him up there.
I'm trying not to. Petey.
We had some technical difficulties there. Spectate mode got broken.
That and our dog was trying to climb on the computer, so.
He likes the bright blue power button. He wants to press it. So we have Taunt Warrior for Terry versus Matthew's Pirate Warrior. Chloe, which one of these is, which one do you think will win here? Hold on, Chloe's choking.
Sorry. I took a drink and it went down the wrong pipe. Honestly, I could see Taunt Warrior.
You think Taunt Warrior? I think Taunt Warrior has an advantage because, you know, Taunt is cheat. Although, you know, it's always just, can the Taunt Warrior stabilize in time? And we do see Terry throwing away his quest, which is generally correct. You don't really need that rag hero power so much as you need more health when facing a pirate warrior.
Petey. Our dog wants to commentate some more.
Can't you hear that dog? You know, this is especially fun when we're trying to watch TV at night.
Or sleeping.
Oh, yeah. He likes, his favorite times to play are between 11 p.m. and midnight and between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. At least that's what it feels like. So this is pretty interesting here, considering using this Mortal Strike just to get control of the board. I don't know how I feel about that. I think you really want to save those for when you go low health, and then you can deal the burst to the Taunt Warrior. And actually, did spectate mode bug again? Oh, Matthew has just crashed. Hold on. So we will restart this game. This one won't count. Alright, Terry chooses to concede. That means Terry loses. No, I'm just kidding. They're just going to reset it really quick. they'll get that game restarted really soon. Until then, enjoy this wonderful rendition of the Hearthstone theme song by our dog and his squeaky toy. And we're back. Again, we have Terry on bottom, Matthew on top here. Terry with the Taunt Warrior, Matthew with the Pirate. And again, it doesn't spectate correctly. This is really annoying. Let's try again. There we go. All right. So we saw Matthew make the classic mistake of drawing patches, although in this tournament that's actually done well for all of our contestants, so maybe it's not a big deal. Terry looks like he can just curve out for a while, play some more taunts, just try to, you know, slow down the onslaught from the Taunt Warrior, or from the Pirate Warrior, I mean. Matthew does have a pretty good clear here, and next turn he's probably looking at using that Arcanite Reaper, but the Alley Armorsmith is quite awkward to deal with. However, actually, Terry's looking at just clearing the board, making sure there's no pirates available, play more taunts, just last as long as you can. Really snap pick there on the Ornery Direhorn. That's a little interesting to me. Also, I believe Chloe has given up on casting for a while. She lasted quite long, though. This is almost 3 hours we've been live now. So that ooze is just massive. I think many players have chosen to tech in an ooze to their decks, and it's definitely been worth it. I mean, we've seen so many warriors that run weapons. We've seen all of these, even Jade Claws from the Shaman, and a few decks that are even running Medivh. So ooze has definitely been an MVP this tournament. Matthew choosing to actually fight for board there, and anytime you have to press armor up as Pirate Warrior, it just does not feel good. And Terry's rolling into Curator now. Definitely doesn't feel good for Pirate Warrior. At this point, if you're not close to lethal, it's just so hard to come back from, and this turn especially looks super weak. Again, not many options here. Looks like he's considering just passing another turn, waiting to try to find something. And now we see Terry saying, no, I'm the aggro deck now, and choosing Wind Fury on his taunt. Could be answered by this Arcanite Reaper. from Matthew. Pretty good pickup here. I'm not sure if he wants to play anything other than that. Yeah, I can see this card kind of. I don't know. Overall, though, it's still going to be quite the uphill battle for Matthew. Fiery War Axe, really not what he wants to see. He can use the Heroic Strike to clear something here. Yeah, this is slightly better, keeping that Heroic Strike to get the Armor Smith next turn. But again, Terry's at 30 effective health on turn 10, and he even has his quest now. Again, Terry says, I don't care. I'm the aggro deck now. Who cares about health? I want Wind Fury. And at 34 effective health for Terry, I can't say I really blame him on that. Just answer after answer here for Terry in his hand. Terry actually he just almost has lethal. I really don't see any way that Matthew could possibly win this one. I think at this point Matthew's just going through the motions, seeing if there's anything he can pick up, but Terry seems to quite firmly have this one. Technically, Matthew could probably survive another 2 turns or so, just holding out, but I don't see a way he's ever going to get through 39 health at this point, especially with taunt after taunt still coming from Terry. So many answers in hand, it just didn't work out this game. Faceless Shambler is probably a really good pickup here to copy the Drake. And that even completes the quest. And that'll be it for the first game here. Alright, again going over to this bracket. Terry is currently 1-0 in the lower round 5 versus Matthew. The winner of this will face Kevin Moo, and the winner of that game will face Ong in the finals.
As possible, but
All right. Game 2 looks like Matthew is bringing his priest, the Raza Highlander priest. All right. Terry is able to get Fiery Wind Axe in his opening hand, always a good thing, no matter what pirate you're playing. Kevin Pruitt asked, "Who's a good puppy?" That's Petey. Petey's a good boy. He's a real good boy. Just for you, I'm gonna go give him a treat right now. Do you want a treat? He says, yeah. Boy. He really appreciates that. Alright, so we have the first taunt of the game coming not from the Taunt Warrior. Terry does have a pretty clean clear there. Chooses not to play the Stonehill Defender yet. He wants to play this slow. I think both of these players actually, though, are fine just taking this game slow. Although I think Matthew is the one who's going to have to go a bit faster, because when Terry does get that Ragnaros hero power, there's not a lot of time you have to react or play it that slow, unless somehow you could get like a 100 health Lyra. And even then you're looking at, you know, the dozens of ways warriors have to execute a minion or brawl it away. Couple good options here. I think that's good, just more on-curve play. Speaking of on-curve plays, excellent choice here in the Draconet Operative. Chooses to go with the Ornery Direhorn. I kind of like the Dirty Rat more there, just to slow down the quest, but as we saw in the last game, Terry was able to use Wind Fury on his Direhorn to pretty good effect as well, just to speed up the game. Terry has the option here of doing something a little interesting, I guess. He doesn't go with it. He just wants to execute. I was going to say he has the option of doing like Whirlwind and then an execute and keeping his alive, but not a lot of value in a 1-1. You know, there is an argument to be made here for Twin Emperor Veclor just because it does have 4 attack, although I think Bloodhoof Braid, yeah, is the choice here. And like I said, here's Wind Fury on the Ornery Direhorn, kind of forcing Terry to do something. I think at least he can just play a taunt, like the Bloodhoof Brave should trade nicely into it. A few different options. Looks like he's afraid enough though to go ahead and use his second execute. That's a pretty big deal considering what other cards what other cards Matthew will have in his deck, such as, you know, that Deathwing, we've seen the Ysera, just a lot of big threats that Terry probably would have wanted the execute for. And here we see that decked Black Knight actually coming out. I'm so excited that I got to see some play. Not the highest value target, but again, you're happy to see that used at all. So, meanwhile, Kevin Moo, as he's just waiting to play, he's level 50 mage now. Quite the accomplishment. Congrats to him. Free to play, by the way. So let's see, Terry's quest is currently at 4 of 7, so halfway there basically. Still has a few cheap taunts that he could play out. And, you know, really I can't say who's winning at this point. You know, it's really hard for me to say how good this priest deck is. I mean, obviously we've seen some success with it, but I just really can't tell. And next turn, with Terry able to complete his quest, I just feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure on the priest that he won't be able to deal with. That seems like a pretty easy pick, and Matthew does get it correctly. He guesses the Alley Armorsmith. Chooses to silence that. I would agree there. You really don't want to deal with the 6-9 later in the game. Although, no, sleep with the fishes doesn't matter that much. So I think Terry may consider here just playing the Bloodhoof Brave, going ahead and getting out your quest, and just start spamming those Ragnaros hero powers. You could even do it with the Alley Armorsmith and the coin if you wanted to. Both are pretty good options, and just once you're dealing 8 damage per turn, turns out that it's just really hard to ever get a board back from that. I think his one concern might be if he's too low of health currently for any play like that. We do see him go for that, and let's see if he got off the attack in time. He did. Alright, so Terry goes ahead, and he's at 14 health. I think that's what he's a little worried about here, but again, Priest isn't really a class with burst damage, and you know, like, how are you going to stick a minion versus that Ragnaros hero power? So, Potion of Madness, Shadow Word Pain, those are both kind of relevant here. I kind of like the Shadow Word Pain. Go ahead and kill that off. And your thoughts are now that the warrior is not gaining any more health, barring, you know, Ally Armorsmith. So if there's any way that you could just get that damage through now, it's that much closer to ending the game. Ooh, and good hit there will allow Terry the full clear. He's being extra special with, or extra safe with his health here. Doesn't want to go any lower, even though it's highly unlikely that a priest would be able to get any burst damage down on you from here. And at this point, it's going to look like Matthew's just sort of forced to play what he can, and you know, it's going to be so rough against this value. Just see if he can somehow get out that last 11 health. And Ragnarok's hero power doing what we all want, you know, face his place, make sure to get that damage in. I feel like Terry will probably choose to go ahead and finish one of these minions off. Probably, yeah, the Priest of the Feast. He's not feeling too worried about health now, especially with the Armorsmith out. He can at least get a little bit of that back. And we saw this Doom from the Cabal Courier earlier. Looks like it'd be some good value now. Deathwing is also a consideration. Yeah, I guess that's really good. Actually, yeah, with him out just 10 health, if Terry has no way to deal with that, that's just the game. That's crazy. And of course, Curator comes out here to block that. And at 4 health, it's not like the priest is going to do anything, but that was almost just the end of the game there, and it still might be. Although hitting the Deathwing there, well, yeah, so he can play his own Curator, heal his own Deathwing, and still threaten lethal. Oh, I don't know about that. I think he should have healed his Deathwing just for the threat of it. So Divine Shield there is pretty good, I think. Unfortunately, double taunt doesn't mean anything. Can't be targeted. There's also... Actually, yeah, can't be targeted may even be better here, since you're really only worried about Shadow Word Death. You get down.
Oh, so here we have a Kazakus. This is incredibly relevant, actually. But then again, so is Ysera. Really high value cards here for Matthew. I'm wondering, okay, he chooses to go with the Kazakus. I like, yeah, so 5 mana spell. Summon 2 minions seems good, although we haven't seen any brawls yet. Draw 2 cards, yeah, sure. Add 2 demons, that'd also be good. Let's see what he picked. Yeah, so we went with summon 2, draw 2. That seems pretty good, although we're almost guaranteed to see a brawl here. Not the highest quality minions, but either way, you still kind of force the brawl out. Or maybe you don't even from here. Yeah, maybe that wasn't so great. Terry actually has the chance here to full clear and not even worry about a brawl. All right, so we almost see the full clear, but that's putting Matthew in a very dangerous position. Again, 4 attack, there's not much you can do there. I think you play the Ysera and you just hope to hit the 50-50? I don't know. That's really rough there. So hold on, wait. This is lethal. Oh wait, no. Is it? No, I'm wrong. So, the dream. Oh, it is. I'm dumb. Okay, yeah, that's it. So that puts Terry up 2-0. All right, so we're gonna move into the third match of this series. Again, Terry's currently up 2-0. The winner of this will face Kevin Moo. All right, I'll be right back. My dog got into something. All right. Sorry about the delay there. It looks like Matthew is just going to go ahead and concede the final game. He's down 2-0, and he's on the East Coast, so it's already past midnight for him there. Matthew did get the top 4 at least, though, so that's still pretty good. And next we will go Kevin Moo versus Terry Lynn, which, did we already see that game? We haven't seen that game in this series. We haven't seen that in this series, but that was actually the last game of the regular season, and that's where Terry actually took above Kevin to take the number 1 seed. So here we are, Kevin Moo versus Terry Lynn. Winner of this will face Ong in the championships. Let's see if this works. I don't actually know because the desktop audio isn't showing anything. I'm spectating Terry on bottom and Kevin Moo on top. Alright, so it's a 5-minute delay, so we can't actually tell if this works, but we're going to spectate the finals of the lower bracket with Terry playing his Taunt Warrior first and Kevin Moo playing his Hunter. I think this will be especially funny if your voice doesn't actually show up, and so it just sounds like I'm talking to myself the whole time, which is effectively what I'm doing anyways, though. Yeah, awesome. Alright, so we see a kind of interesting play here. We got the Scavenging Hyena out, although with the Ravaging Ghoul or the Whirlwind, Terry has the option of pretty easy clearing this. Oh, the dog wants to play again. Yeah, I don't think he's in too much concern for now. Looks like he's got plenty to hold off. We do see Tundra Rhino, even a kill command here, and then, of course, the high main coming down soon. If Terry chooses to play the Dirty Rat, of course, that could be pretty bad. He is the 1 seed, so I think he knows what he's doing somewhat.
Look.
Yeah. I think he could even just do... Well, he could do Slam Sleep with the Fishes, or I'm even fine probably just saving Sleep with the Fishes maybe for like Whirlwind play. Yeah. That's, yeah. This game's going kind of quickly. I feel like they have lots of options. They're just sort of, you know, playing ladder style, just doing whatever they want. Yeah, mid-range hunter definitely has a plan. Face's place. The big thing for Terry here is he just has so many taunts available. It's picking the correct one, I guess. Although this looks pretty good. I think he's going to go with the Sleep with the Fishes here. Oh, guess not. Okay. Yeah. That's why we're not in this tournament anymore, I guess. Yeah, you know, I think your game is 2 to 3 seconds ahead of mine, and I just thought you had like some crazy predictions there. I actually didn't see the draw until a few seconds after you said that. I kind of like, yeah, the Stonehill here. Just see what else you have. That's pretty garbage. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is he playing the Dirty Rat? Yeah. Well, I mean, he has the access to the deck list. You'd think he'd at least pull it up at this point. Yeah. So this is actually would be a little scary if not for the double dire horn here. Although Kevin Moo is running 1 copy of Deadly Shot. Very true. Although Poison can deal with as many as you want. Nice. He does get a free Dirty Rat here, but he's also at 6 health, so what can that really do for you?
I think you have to play Sleep with the Fishes here because it looks like that charge damage has been pretty bad for him. Oh boy. No. Okay. Well, Alley Armorsmith. Yeah. Armor dude, that's the guy. Like this. Quite the snap play, at least Terry knows what he's got to do. Uh, yeah. I mean, that's... Yeah. You can play everything even, yeah. Just really awkward to deal with. And that's not great either. Actually, this is looking really rough for Terry. I'm actually really interested in this Ornery Direhorn. I haven't seen many lists play it, and I think every time Terry's played it tonight, he's chosen Wind Fury from it. The Ravaging Ghoul can full clear, so you don't have to worry about kill command. Is this stabilized? This might be. No. Let's see. It's currently at 4. I'm entirely surprised Terry didn't choose attack there because this Ornery Direhorn is effectively his aggro card. Houndmaster is decent, I guess. It saves you. You're staring at lethal, so yeah. Oh, bad choice there. He's choosing to let Cute Cat die first. That's yeah, that's how you lose this game. You can't sacrifice Cute Cat. Yeah. I've enjoyed this game. This has gone pretty quick though. It's been pretty fun to watch. Yeah. Swag. It's just swag. So I'm pretty sure I can't hear you on the stream. All right. Let me search for like 1 minute as we enter the next game.
So, as a window source? I'm not sure. I could have sworn I just had music like work through OBS before from Spotify without doing anything.
Okay, I just added Discord as a source, hopefully. But I may have also just duplicated all audio, so that could be very bad.
Well, that would be exciting then.
In 5 minutes, we'll get to figure out whether people are just going to die for, 5 minutes until we can fix it.
Sorry, people. I didn't mean to cause this much trouble.
My extent with OBS is generally just a single source, just to show off a small thing to someone.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
fair. My experience is similar. So, back to this game.
Yeah, looks like we're in for a long one with Control Paladin versus Quest Warrior.
Isn't this just... Oh, wait, no, this is the control list. I don't understand Control Paladin, so this is going to be exciting for me. But I assume that once you start shooting rag fireballs at their face, you don't really care about their ability to heal or control the board.
Yeah, that's basically how it goes. If they flood the board, you brawl. If they don't flood the board, then Rag takes care of it.
On the other hand, I'm pretty sure Dirty Rat doesn't get played until you see Tyrion.
Yeah.
On the grounds that you don't want to lose the game on the spot.
I think it'd be pretty fun, though. You can also consider doing it anytime you have 7 or more mana, if you want to go with the brawl as well.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense in that case.
In the majority of my games I play with this deck, I like to play Dirty Rat on 2, just because that's how I like to live my life.
This always tilted me when I played Quest Rogue, and they managed to hit my one important minion in my hand on 2.
Did you ever end up hearing my Quest Rogue joke? It was pretty terrible.
I didn't show up in time for that. I missed that one.
It looks like Kevin Pruitt wasn't able to bounce back from the Quest Rogue nerf.
I missed Quest Rogue. If I had Quest Rogue, I could have targeted aggro with 2 decks, and then I would have not gotten swept by Pirate Warrior twice in a row.
Yeah.
It would have been great.
Alright, so here's a good use of the Dirty Rat.
Yeah, I wouldn't even think about it. I'd just snap play it here.
Yeah.
And then it would just pull the Doomsayer because, why not?
Looks like he can get a Terram from it, or the
6/6
Grime Street
isn't
Protector.
bad.
Yeah. There we go. That's pretty good.
Oh, except for he missed the 2 damage at face first.
That's true.
For all that's gonna matter in a
Yeah.
Control versus Palm Warrior matchup.
Didn't consider that the Paladin might have taunts in hand.
Well, yeah, he had to since he played,
Stonehill.
yeah, the turtle. I like the getaway Kodo here. I think I would have just played it and passed to try to get infinite Hydrologists in this matchup.
You kind of telegraph your play there, though.
A little bit, but it's not like, It's not like Warrior can deal with it on your turn by, just dropping a taunt or anything. So not understanding Control Paladin, what do you think sort of plays are good in this sort of spot where you don't have any board? Because I see a lot of cards that are good with a board, but...
It's a rough spot. Given the Spike Ridge Steel, I was gonna say, yeah, there's really nothing. I guess this is pretty good. Just get the Doomsayer, and hopefully next turn you can make a board. And oh my god, the dog really wants to play with his toy right now.
That makes sense to me, though. If the Doomsayer manages to go off, which seems likely, it's not... Unless the Warrior has a War Axe, it's not a clean answer to it.
And even then, at worst, you waste one charge of a War Axe, and you can hopefully draw something better next turn. I would say this is pretty good. Here, I don't know, maybe just Hero Power and Spike Ridge Steel. That's
Oh, I did not expect that.
Yeah, I definitely like the Spike Ridge better there, but it's something on board at least.
It also gives a nice big minion to potentially Spike Ridge Steed next turn if you want to just
That's true.
smack someone for 8.
Or I was even considering a Steed with Divine Shield is pretty annoying.
Yeah. Although the Divine Shield can always get pinged off by the Ravaging Ghoul here. Which ends up happening here, in fact.
Well, the Tyrion would be good here, except I'm sure you're expecting a brawl at this point.
Yeah, I think you don't even hero power. Do you hero power at this point? You don't have a big board.
Honestly...
Oh, I like this getaway Kodo.
Yeah. I was gonna say I would hero power, I just want to get the brawls baited out. Oh, this is gonna end up good for him, I think. I was gonna say, get the brawls baited out so you can start flooding the board once the quest is completed.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see that. Well, the quest is now completed, but we've also got a Tyrion in the hand.
Yeah.
Which could be on the grounds if you don't want to lose the game on the spot.
I think it'd be pretty fun though. You can also consider doing it anytime you have 7 or more
If
mana.
there's one thing
if you
I
want to
understand
go with the
about
brawl as
Paladin,
well.
slamming Tyrion is very that makes good sense in that drawing. case.
In the majority of my games I play with this deck, I like to play Dirty
Try to
Rat
see
on
if
2
your
just
voice
because that's
is
how I like to live
there
my
anymore.
life. I still don't hear it.
This always tilted me.
Oh wait.
Managed to hit my one important in my hand.
Hey, okay, we have your voice now.
Yay, I'm a co-caster. I'm a professional.
Alright, meanwhile, we see Tyrion.
And we're gonna start seeing fireballs thrown.
Seems like a good plan to me. Hopefully no
Oh,
1-1. Never lucky. Coming from the guy, though, that has had some considerable luck with this Quest Warrior.
actually, even at this point, this seems like a kind of hard matchup to pull through just because, sure, you get to keep throwing fireballs, but they get to keep spawning 1/1s that keep eating them.
That's true.
An error, to be sure.
Kevin Moo there says, oops, an error, but we all know he's just playing around the execute, so good strategy, I think. Let's see. Ooh, we got the Smork Rag.
Maybe the Smork Rag's what's needed. We don't see any heal in the hand of Kevin yet.
He's running one copy of Forbidden Healing, but that's his only healing in the entire deck.
Oh wait, he's not running Happy Rag? I'm surprised that in the control list that's not showing up.
It's kind of interesting here with the Tarim. I would have figured the Spike Ridge Steed.
I'm not sure between the two. Spike Ridge Steed still dies to a Rag shot.
It's true.
This gets an extra body out.
And he pulls the second brawl with just that board.
50-50 to put him at 4, and he's at 4.
Oh boy.
So, looking likely that there's a 1 and 3 to just win the game on the spot next turn?
Trying to target the Spike Ridge Steed towards face. Unfortunately, that won't work. Alright, this is gonna come down to it.
1 and 3 to win the game. If he misses this, he's got 10 damage coming back at him. Oh, he's gonna have a taunt.
Actually,
Well, but
if
a
he
quality
misses,
double consecrate. If he misses,
Yeah.
he loses.
yeah, it's all down in this rag shot.
Oh, buddy, this is gonna be an exciting dice roll competition.
This is what Hearthstone is made for.
1 and 3.
Oh,
Lucky.
that's it.
That should just be game right there. Yeah, Kevin is in fact better at Paladin than I am, having not played this deck, and immediately sees the lethal.
And, oh, even goes for the double consecrate, just for the swag. That ties up the series 1-1.
Do you know what decks they each banned?
I don't know. I'm not great at this, apparently.
Oh, it's Mage for, Terry's Mage is gone, and Kevin.
Oh, yeah, they put it in the chat. Wait, why is... Ah, okay, so I need to keep it on this screen, otherwise, I haven't added Discord as a source to my other scenes.
Oh, so I randomly disappear if you swap between your different...
If I go to the bracket, you can't talk anymore.
Oh, that's sad.
Let me add it really quick.
Well, since we're
Alright,
just
you're
going
back.
right
You
back
can
in.
talk.
Alright, so I still have no idea how to control Paladin works, so I have no idea if this is a favorite matchup or not, but this seems like a decent matchup.
My favorite thing about this matchup is it's fast.
Gotta go fast.
I like seeing fast games. So, looks like a pretty decent start here. Yeah, I like the coin. Terry is good enough not to do Innervate Coin Living Mana.
Well, that's also only 4 mana.
That's why he's even better at it.
So he can Innervate Savage Roar to clear this. I'm not sure if it's worth it, though. It feels really bad to lose board as Token Shaman, though.
Yeah, so looking at this control paladin though, you're looking at Wicker Flame, you're looking at Acolyte, Stonehill, another Doomsayer, like, I could not imagine, and Hydrologist, I can't imagine a better hand for Kevin right now.
Although the Hydrologist is just gonna get eaten.
That is true.
And can get buffed by Mark of Yasharj. Oh, the 5/6 crab!
That's the value game you live for.
Double crabs! Fuck, champ.
This is, oh, and Flappy Bird. Excellent.
This is starting to get scary. Now we know that that's a noble sack. He
So-
knows it's not redemption or getaway Kodo at least.
Either way, Terry's going to know that to clear this, he needs to play Savage Roar.
So we'll just need to remember to hit with his face first.
Yeah, which screws him over if it's redemption, but I think you take that chance.
It can't be redemption. He killed the
Oh
hydrologist.
yeah. You're right.
Are there any other secrets? There totally are. Oh, eye for an eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Terry successfully plays around the noble sacrifice and can
And
even innervate out the Flappy Bird
I
now.
would definitely do that. He goes with Baby Bird, unfortunately.
I think he might just figure that he needs some sort of equality clear to get through this anyway, and
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think I'd go for the Infested Tauren here because if this game goes to 9, you're happy enough anyway.
True. I kind of like the living mana here.
Yeah,
Just-
it's not the best, but it's not bad for sure.
At worst, you're gonna have enough cards to refill the board next turn anyways.
And it turns out playing 5 2/2s for 5 mana is pretty strong.
Very true.
It's a little worrying to potentially see a Consecrate come down here, but fortunately for Terry, he doesn't have it. Kevin doesn't have one, so... That's a bit of a dead draw, though. That's unfortunate. Hope for
Yeah.
something like a Mark the Lotus, Power of the Wild, even Sav... Has he played both? No, he's only played one Savage Roar. Both the second Savage Roar even would be pretty good. But it might be Flappy Bird time.
I think that seems pretty good.
And it is Flappy Bird time, alright. Let's go
So-
rolling for Wind Fury.
Does he choose to clear this Acolyte? I would say probably. Yeah. I was gonna say at least that keeps him away from a Consecrate. Although it doesn't
Although it
keep
does
you away.
make Pyro scarier.
Yeah.
Although I guess to be fair, the only good low mana spells that he could even combo with it are, looking at his list, one of Forbidden Healing, and then Equality and Consecrate.
So he chose Tyrion there. I think I would have actually liked Burn Bristle. Just keep as healthy as you can in this matchup. But it's always hard to turn down a Tyrion.
And to be fair, it is turn 7, so he gets to just slam Tyrion next turn.
That is true.
If he doesn't choose to slam this Primordial Drake instead. Never win Fury, never lucky.
That's it's pretty bad actually.
Yeah, none of these will help right now. I guess Poisonous is actually notably the best because
you
it
shut
lets
down,
him kill the
like-
big pawn.
Yeah, shut down Tyrion or Primordial Drake.
But this is not a promising spot right now for Terry.
I like playing the crab here. The only other thing your opponent has is one more Hydrologist, and it's not like a huge threat. I think it'd be more important just to get another thing out for Savage Roar or something. I really like Finja Hero Power here.
I agree. And then you can use your Poisonous to kill off Tyrion, and
Rip Flappy Bird.
unfortunately he now has a 5/3 weapon, and
A natural
you know.
mistake.
Why is this a mistake?
Huh. I'm not sure why this is a natural mistake. Maybe Terry sees something that we don't. Maybe he was thinking he should swing the 2-1 and the 3-3 into Tyrion and then play like Crawler Finja.
I don't know. I still think you just take the 6 to face, kill off Flappy Bird, and bet on Finja.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
I don't see another play that really makes sense to me here at this point.
He moused over the Bluegill Warrior. I'm wondering if he wanted to use that, but I don't really know why.
Yeah, I can't see a reason to either. If he had 2 more attack on board, I'd get that, but... Because then he could even keep Flappy Bird alive, but...
Oh, and there's another Tyrion.
Why play one Tyrion when you could play multiple Tyrions?
This doesn't feel great.
So I'm trying to stay positive, but I don't see a play here. I guess you can just like throw out all your things. Oh, maybe you want... No, I still don't get why that was a mistake. I thought I saw something, but it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Now the second Primordial, or, yeah. Alright, looking like HYPUUU is going to take the second game pretty cleanly here.
So I'm trying to stay positive here, but I'm starting to think this is more and more bottom right buddy.
Very true. Yeah, that's,
Dead on board, no way to come back.
can't even commit Sudoku.
Off by 3 or 4.
Alright, that puts this at 1-2, HYPUUU's lead.
And if I'm not wrong, Terry is now onto Elemental